Ya shalom, to whoever's watching today, and also whoever's will watch the recording later. I appreciate it either way. But I appreciate you guys for, just wanting to, I guess, learn a little bit more about Passover and Passage and, just different things that you guys may already know. I hope that this will be a blessing either way to you. It's storming and thundering and all types of stuff going on outside. I'm pretty sure you guys won't be able to hear that in the background. You might hear my children come in here and there, hopefully not screaming and all of that stuff, but I'll put it on mute. And then also, I got some wild sinuses going on. So sometimes I have to put myself on mute so I can go through my little sneeze and attack, and then I'll get back on. But I think I should be okay for right now. Um, But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. And again, this is a regular study, so it doesn't have any breakout rooms with this one. But in the other studies with the breakout rooms, I'm just making a note here. Sometimes when we do have those breakout rooms in those studies, it will have this pause in between, you know, the time we're doing those breakout rooms and then to the time wherever I guess I'm picking up. So you can fast forward. I'll get a little bit cleaner on those edits. But either way, with this one here, it's pretty straightforward. And I'm not gonna sit there and say it's a certain time limit, you guys. So if you have to leave, it's all good. Especially if you're listening to the live study. But pretty much it's gonna be a really, really good flow. All right. So I'll go ahead and pray in and we'll get started. Dear Abba Yahuwah, we thank you um, so much just for your blessings, for your plan, for your ordination of things to happen, and for us to be where we're supposed to be at, listen to what we're supposed to listen to. We thank you, Yahusha, for shepherding us and keeping us in the place where we need to be at, even despite our shortcomings, but guiding us. You've been guiding us as sheep and constantly keeping us on close to you, essentially. And we thank you, Abba Yahuwah, and thank you, Yahusha HaMashiach. And we ask that you allow this study to be a blessing towards us, to be a blessing towards our understanding, to be a blessing in our mindset, heart set, spirit set, and allow us to not be just hearers of your word, but doers of your word. And we ask that we just move forward in what you are asking us to truly worship in spirit and in truth, and not be like others where others are not worshiping in spirit and in truth. But even those, we pray for those people who are not worshiping in spirit and in truth and may not be able to hear different messages, such as this one, Abiyahul, that is special. And not because of me specifically, Abiyah, but it's because you have allowed us to hear what you will allow us to hear and allow us to study what we have been given to study and receive, and not just for ourselves and just to keep for ourselves, but also for others that we may come across. So we just ask that others also out there may be able to hear the same information as well and be blessed by the same information, and respond to it in the right purity of heart, and follow through in the Ruach, that we may work unto you, Yahuwah, in the righteous ways that we're supposed to. And we just love you, and we ask that anything that we are coming in with, any negativity that we may have from whatever is going on in our lives, in different people's lives, anything that's trying to hold us back from just receiving whatever you have for us, Yahuwah, and just any blocks in our mind, any arrogance, any pride, all these different things, Yahuwah, we ask that you shed those away from us, or get it off, get it away from us. Remove those things in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, and just allow us to truly just be here, to really just get closer to you and desire for that. And we just love you. And we thank you for this fellowship and this study. And we give you all the praise, glory, and honor in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, unto Abba Yahuwah Sabaoth. We pray. Amen. Amen. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so we got the Passover study, you guys. I hope you guys appreciate the aesthetics today. Trying to level up with the with the slides, with the look and everything. Obviously, Passover, you got the spring season, all that good stuff. So, I'm paying a little small fee, for these slides. Uh, so that means that I have to definitely start getting these studies done as well. So that way I can actually get my money's worth, right? For these slides, these nice looking slides here. And I might even have some of these slides gonna have some motion in the background. So, like in this one, it could have been like the leaves flowing because of the wind and all of that good stuff, and there's some sound in the background. Very feminine. Oh, that's wild. So maybe somebody doesn't know. I'm reading comments right now, just in case you're watching later and you're like, "What is he talking about?" I'm reading comments in the Zoom comments, and someone just said it was very feminine, uh, and very cute. That's anyway. We're just gonna ride with this. All right, you guys. It's supposed to be calm. It's supposed to be very peaceful. You guys are supposed to be feeling very yeah, just peaceful and calm. That's all it's supposed to be. Very nice, peaceful, and calm. But we're gonna move past that comment, you guys. So anyway, welcome to the Passover study. This is brought to you by the Torah of Truth Bible Studies. All right, so heart set, mindset, spirit set, you guys. So just a quick spill. I know each and every one of you guys, whether I know you or not, have some type of understanding about Passover, Passage, different connections that you may have drawn over the years. I know one thing with me observing for the past years in this specific online community is that I tend to see the same information circulating, and there's nothing to um, to shun anybody or to say like anything against it, because again, the word is the word, right? And it's nothing wrong with sharing the word, but always find just divisions on information, I would say. Obviously, we know the calendar, the subject of the calendar is like the number one thing that comes up, of course, the debates and the divisions, but also, how people go about certain things when starting the year, of course, is going to be different. Have divisions there. You have some people that are, on the fence to even celebrating feast days. You have some people that are very, really sad because they're not able to really celebrate it because they feel like they can't do it perfectly. You have some people that are, they start this journey to start trying to understand the calendar, the seasons, and, things like that. So you just have a lot of just different, a lot of different routes, that start, with the start of the year. Um, and when it comes down to the feast days. And what I just find is it's not a lot of peace that gets circulated around this time when it's supposed to be. Not a lot of reconciliation between, just different understanding, people that have different understanding. And also even those people who are, whether they're Christian, Catholic, whatever, this is also another time where I also see in a community where people are being very prideful, very arrogant, and speaking, telling people that they're supposed to be observing feast days and not the world's holy days. And it's just this pride thing, it's just this thing. It's like, we do it now, we came out of Christianity. It's like, you're stuck in Christianity. You need to come out of it and start observing these feast days. And there's not a lot of fear, when we're speaking about this word, and especially these feast days, especially as they are appointed times. And we're talking about being in the presence of essentially Yahusha, and Yahusha's guiding us into the presence of the Father. And that is huge. That is like, we don't even deserve, to even be in that presence, be in their presence. That's like it's holy. So it's it's a lot of things that you'll start observing if you haven't already, with just how all of this works and how these different things are going on every single year. And so my heart set has always been to bring something different but the right things, obviously the truth. It's not just to be different and, attract people with the word that's different. It's just more so like what is not being circulated. And over time, Yahuwah has blessed me to be able to get some more understanding and not just, lean on my own understanding as well. You got to refine whatever he has given me, just like he gives you guys different things and shows you different things. He's going to refine it. He's going to add onto it. He's going to teach you more that you didn't know. Right. And so it's a beautiful thing, at least on my end, the journey to get here to talk about his feast. And I don't take it lightly at all. I'm truly honored to do so. And my heart set is, again, like, I did not have to be here to do this, but he allowed me to do so, and it's a blessing. Um, yeah, so it's truly a blessing. Um, so the heart set behind also receiving this information today is, again, just be open to what you may not know or what you do know, but just really just let the information flow in your heart. Like, really let it just take you to another level, I would say, to really understanding the foundations of Passover and what it really means. And the mindset also, I think you guys are gonna leave here with the right mindset of like how we're supposed to look at these times also, if you don't know already. But I think it will be a little bit more clear, for what's coming and what to look forward to. Because, when things hit the fan and things start going a little, really left, we need to be prepared. And I think today will help a lot of you guys prepare and really, really get your stuff together when it's all said and done. Because we don't have much time. We really don't have much time. And then that also means too, you guys, you know, not you will find that not many people are on the same heart set and mindset and spirit set around you too, even if they call you a brother or a sister. That's just a regular verbiage that people will speak because this is a Torah community, and either people are trying to you know not have any conflict, obviously, on the first go around when they're talking to you initially, and you guys share some type of values, share some type of understanding and all that good stuff, right? And then all of a sudden, differences come up in doctrine or understanding, and then all of a sudden, either you're going to unfollow that person or stop talking to that person, or it really just depends. It really just depends. But you're a brother or a sister up until that moment. But I think it's a great thing that I have with some of you guys where, like I'm a part of you guys' journey. And I talk to some of you guys a little bit more closely and some of you guys not so close, which is okay. But I still am a part of your journey. Like I know where you're going, where you're coming from, and where you are, like obviously where you're trying to be, and things that you have either shared publicly, in our smaller groups, or with me personally. So it's just, I take that serious being a part of people's journey. But I think ultimately, even still, like, when you guys have your own personal connections with each other, or even in your own home, the spirit set is really understanding, like this is a huge thing to really be on point and set apart and understand how keen everything really is right now. Like how sharp you really have to be as we get closer to like things really popping off. Like you have to be sharp, and you're going to see that again. These brothers and sisters that you are around, some of them really don't want it, and that's what I find a lot too. And it's unfortunate. It's a heartache for me sometimes. But you guys have to want it. It's not no going in and out type of thing. You cannot keep doing the same thing over and over again. And some of you guys are going to hear some things that you may not like that I may say. It may be a little hard. I really don't mind, and you don't have to talk to me ever again. But I have to say what I have to say. I can't keep sugarcoating certain things, especially when Yahuwah has that on my heart to say in my spirit. But today, hopefully, it will trigger some of you guys that may be on the fence to just kind of, just not really sharp. You. Hopefully, this will trigger you to truly be sharp, because there are brothers and sisters out there that really don't want it, and they're trying to coast through this thing, and you don't want to. be caught with the same people. You really don't. And that's the difference between the wheats and the tares. So it's just really important. So saying all this stuff, this is the heart set, mindset, and spirit set behind this study. And it's important as we move forward. So if you don't have these different things, to listen further, I would encourage you to pause it, especially if you're listening later or if you're here right now to leave, and get your mind right, heart right, go pray, go do something you need to go do, because this is not the time to have a block in your heart and your mind. So let it go. And let's move forward. All right. See here. Okay. So jumping right into it, you guys. So the Jubilees. So yes, you guys know we should always have our word open. If you got to get it into the app on your phone, fair enough. But I want you guys to open up Jubilees. All right. Open up Jubilees. Go to chapter 16, please. 1 second. Okay. All right. Go to chapter 16. All right. So this is really, 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 really key. All right. So I'm going to read chapter 16. And I'm going to read it from the Sefer translation. Let me see here. I'm going to read it from the Sefer translation. And over time, as I continue to do more studies, I'm going to have to compare translations and things like that. But I'm going to make a note about that very shortly. So chapter 16. All right. So verse 1. And on the new moon of the 4th month, we appeared unto Abraham at the oak of Mamre, and we talked with him, and we announced to him that a son would be given to him by Sarah, his woman. And Sarah laughed, for she heard that we had spoken these words with Abraham, and we admonished her, and she became afraid and denied that she had laughed on account of the words. So one thing to note, verse 1, as it says, the 4th month. Okay. And I am going to skip throughout this chapter, so I'm not going to read every single verse right off the bat, but I'm going to skip certain things, but I'll let you guys know which verse. And let's see here. Let's go to verse 9. Verse 9. And it says, and behold, it was commanded and engraved concerning all his seed on the heavenly tablets, very key, to remove them and root them out, and to execute judgment upon them like the judgment of Sodom, and to leave no seed of the man on earth on the day of condemnation. And in this month, Abraham moved to Chevron and departed and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur and mountains of Gerar. Verse 11, and in the middle of the 5th month, all right, so now we went from the 4th to the 5th, he moved from thence and dwelt at the well of the oath. Verse 12, and in the middle of the 6th month, all right, Yahuwah visited Sarah and did unto her as he had spoken, and she conceived. And she bore a son in the 3rd month, and in the middle of the month, at the time which Yahuwah had spoken to Abraham, on the feast of the first fruits of the harvest, Ishak was born. Okay, so obviously from the 6th month, in verse 12, if I'm not mistaken, when you get to verse 13, obviously she had to carry the baby. So then she bore the son in the 3rd month, right? And in the middle of the month. So that means she had Isaac, right? And it was awesomely, perfectly timed with the feast of the first fruits of the harvest. So it's very important, these dates and the timing of everything. Yahuwah does everything in his perfect timing. And Abraham, verse 14, circumcised his son on the 8th day. He was the first that was circumcised according to the covenant which is ordained forever. So another thing to notice here, Abraham, you'll see that he was the first to do certain things. Okay. So let's now fast forward to verse 16. And it says, and we returned in the 7th month. All right. So now we're in the 7th month, and found Sarah with child before us, and we blessed him, and we announced to him all the things which have been decreed concerning him, that he should not die till he should beget 6 sons more and should see them before he died, but that in Yishak should his name and seed be called. So you guys, yes, I am skipping, bouncing through the lines or the verses. So again, you guys go on your own time and reread everything so it can, completely make sense, obviously with a different flow. But my key right now is to show you guys, the difference in the transitions, and also, each month that is actually notating and saying this is what this time is in, this is what is happening here in this time. So just completely just flow with me. Um, Verse 17, and that all the seed of his sons should be the other nations and be reckoned with the other nations, but from the sons of Ishak, one should become a holy seed and should not be reckoned among the other nations. For he should become the portion of El Elyon of Yahuwah, and all his seed have fallen into the possession of Yahuwah Elohim, that it should be unto Yahuwah a people for his possession above all nations, that it should become a kingdom and priest and a holy nation. All right. And let's go to, I'll keep reading verse 19. And we went our way, and we announced to Sarah all that we had told him, and they both rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And he built there an altar to Yahuwah, who had delivered him, and who was making him rejoice in the land of his sojourning. And he celebrated a feast of joy in this month 7 days, near the altar which he had built at the well of the oath. He built Sukkot for himself, for his servants on this feast, and he was the first to celebrate the feast of Sukkot on the earth. And during these 7 days, he brought each day to the altar an ascending smoke offering to Yahuwah: 2 oxen, 2 rams, 7 sheep, 1 he-goat for a sin offering, that he might atone thereby for himself and for his seed. And as a thank offering, 7 rams, 7 kids, 7 sheep, and 7 he-goats, and their fruit offerings and their drink offerings. And he burnt all the fat thereof on the altar, a chosen offering unto Yahuwah for a sweet smelling savor. And morning and evening he burnt fragrant substances, frankincense and galbanum, and stacked, and nard, and myrrh, and spice, and custom, and all these 7 he offered crushed, mixed together in equal parts and pure. He celebrated this feast during 7 days, rejoicing with all his heart and with all his soul, and he and all those who were in his house, and there was no stranger with him, nor any that was uncircumcised. Very something very something to note. And he blessed his creator who had created him in his generation, for he had created him according to his good pleasure. For he knew and perceived that from him would arise a plant of righteousness for the eternal generations, and from him a holy seed, that it should become like him who had made all things. And he blessed and rejoiced, and he called the name of this feast the feast of Yahuwah, a joy acceptable to El Elyon or Al Elyon. Okay, so this is also very key next, these next verses. And we blessed him forever and all his seed after him throughout all the generations of the earth, because he celebrated this feast in its season according to the testimony of the heavenly tablets. So we have another mention of the heavenly tablets again. For this reason, it is ordained on the heavenly tablets concerning Yasharah that they should celebrate the feast of Sukkot 7 days with joy in the 7th month, acceptable before Yahuwah, a statute forever throughout their generations every year. Okay. So you guys can read those other 2 verses or lines later. But what I want you guys to see here, the key verse is verse 27, when it is calling this feast of Sukkot the feast of Yahuwah. All right. So now we're going to go to chapter 18. All right. And actually we're going to go to Jubilees 17. Jubilees 17. And we're going to start at verse 1. Okay. So with this, again, make sure you guys are flowing and really seeing how everything is going to go. All right. So now we get to Jubilees 17, and it tells us in the first verse or line, it says, in the first year of the 5th week, Yishak was weaned in this Jubilee, And Abram made a great banquet in the 3rd month on the day his son Yishak was weaned. All right. And then you get down to, let's see here. Let me see here, you guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, so now you get down to verse 14. Okay, so you go to all the way down to verse 14. And it says, and it came to pass in the 7th week, in the 1st year thereof, in the 1st month in this Jubilee. Okay, so now we're at the 1st month in a different Jubilee, or I'm sorry, in the same Jubilee. And sometimes the interpretation of the weeks, it really just depends. It may either be a week or it may talk about like a year. Okay. So it's saying basically here, the 1st month is now, we're in the 1st month in this specific verse. And on the 12th of this month, all right, it says on the 12th of this month, there were voices in heaven regarding Abraham, that he was faithful in all that he did, and all that he told him, and that he loved Yahuwah, and that in every affliction he was faithful. So I think it's very beautiful to note that, again, the voices in heaven speaking about Abraham and the goodness that he was, the righteousness that he was dwelling in. You know, I would hope that would be, same things towards us. But again, we all know our shortcomings and where we have to go to, so it's just, I mean, it's something to aspire to, to really understand how on point Abraham was. But continuing on, verse 15, it says, and the prince Matsema came and said before Yahuwah, behold, Abraham loves Yishak his son. He delights in him above all things else. Bid him to offer him as an ascending smoke offering unto the altar, and you will see if he will do this command. And you will know if he is faithful in everything whereon you do try him. And Yahuwah knew Abraham was faithful in all his afflictions, for he had tried him through his country and with famine, and he had tried him with the wealth of kings, and tried him again through his woman, when she was torn from him, and with circumcision, and had tried him through Ishmael and Hagar, his maidservant, when he sent them away. And in everything wherein he had tried him, he was found faithful. And his soul was not impatient, and he was not slow to act, for he was faithful and a lover of Yahuwah. So you see here also to note that being a lover of Yahuwah requires us to be found faithful and patient and not slow to act, faithful in all of our afflictions. Something very key to note. All right. So now we go to chapter 18. And remember, we are already in that other verse in chapter 17. We are already in the 1st month now, in the 12th day, when that specific moment was happening, with Matsema coming up to Yahuwah, Matsema Satan that was coming up to Yahuwah and challenging him about Abraham. All right. And it was the 12th day, like I said. All right. So now we get to chapter 18. All right. So in the beginning of this, you notice that, again, Yahuwah is speaking to Abraham, and he tells him to go up to the mountains. And in verse 3, you see it says he rose early in the morning. So it could be essentially the next day, or it's kind of interesting how um, it kind of breaks down when it comes down to how many days it specifically took. But in one of the notes from a scholar, maybe like Vanderkamp and whoever else, some of them notate that it took them 3 days essentially. Took them 3 days, or they was going in 3 days. So I'm not sure if it started on the 12th, like the evening of the 12th, where it transitioned into the 13th day, and then it was when he got to the mountain to, let's just say, sacrifice Isaac, that it was on the 14th. But you guys will see it's a keen connection, obviously, with the 14th day and the 15th here, because it's the 1st month, right? And obviously, as we already know, that's when Passover, Pesach, takes place. So I'm just letting you guys know that sometimes it will say went in 3 days. Um, but let's continue. So verse 3. So as you guys see, he started his journey. And let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, so verse 6. And Yishak said to his father, Father, he said, Here I am, my son. He said unto him, Behold the fire and the knife and the wood, but where is the sheep for the ascending smoke offering, father? And he said, Yahuwah will provide himself a sheep for an ascending smoke offering, my son. And he drew near to the place of the mounts of Yahuwah. And he built an altar, and he placed the wood on the altar, and bound Ishak his son, and placed him on the wood which was upon the altar, and stretched forth his hand to take the knife to slay Ishak his son. And I stood before him. So this could be discussed as well, but take a note of this. Essentially, I think like in chapter 1 of Jubilees, at the end of that chapter, Yahuwah tells the angel of the presence to write certain things down, obviously for Moshe, and this is when Moshe is also at Mount Sinai, for 40 days speaking to Yahuwah, whom I think he was actually speaking to Yahusha Yahuwah or Yahuwah Yahusha. But again, those things can be discussed, sometimes debated, but I believe that the angel of the presence, essentially how it breaks down, it seems like it's Michael. It seems like it's Michael, because again, there's times where it say speaking in first person, it'll say, basically him and the angels appeared in the name of Yahuwah to speak to certain people, et cetera, et cetera. So sometimes it does break down like that. But it's just something to note again. So don't just say, okay, it is Michael, but some also believe that it's Yahusha. So I just tend to see that it seems like it's more so Michael. But again, that can be discussed a little bit later, but you guys can notate it, and you guys, on your own studies can kind of look into it as well. Verse 10, it says, I called to him from heaven and said unto him, Abraham, Abraham. And he was terrified and said, Behold, here I am. And I said unto him, Lay not your hand upon the lad, neither do you anything to him, for now I have shown that you fear Yahuwah, and have not withheld your son, your firstborn son, from me. So again, you guys, in other places, Yahuwah will speak through the angel. And in other places, you will see that Yahuwah, again, it will kind of have a certain verbiage where, again, Yahuwah is like taking over as the voice, obviously. Verse 12, and the prince Mastema was put to shame, and Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a ram caught by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it for an ascending smoke offering in the stead of his son. So also note this too, you guys. A ram, right? The first month. This is literally happening essentially on Passover day. And it was a ram. Okay, it was a ram that was caught by the horns that Abraham went to go take and offered it as an ascending smoke offering. So it's very interesting. Make sure you note this too. With the ram and the lamb, I want you to just do your own research, see how interesting it is with the ram. And essentially, I did put on the notes ram of ordination, and I'll show you guys something with that in a few. But it's very key to also just notice the ram and the lamb also that gets slain in certain places, but typically they're together. A lot of times they're together. So continuing, verse 13, it says, and Abraham called that place Yahuwah Yireh, so that it is said Yahuwah has seen, that is Mount Sion. Okay, so I suppose they were on Mount Sion, which is very key, because that is Yahusha's mountain. That's one of his mountain. That's where his throne will be, and that it technically is already. Verse 14, and Yahuwah called Abraham by his name a second time from heaven, as he caused us to appear to speak to him in the name of Yahuwah. See you guys there, right there. He caused us to appear to speak to him in the name of Yahuwah. And he said, by myself have I sworn, says Yahuwah, because you have done this thing and have not withheld your son, your Yaqid, your beloved son, from me, that in blessing I will bless you. And in multiplying, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven and as the sand which is on the seashore. And your seed shall inherit the cities of its enemies, and in your seed shall all nations of the earth be blessed. Because you have obeyed my voice, and I have shown to all that you are faithful unto me in all that I have said unto you, go in peace. All right. And Abraham went to his young men, and they arose and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt by the well of the oath. And he celebrated this feast every year, 7 days with joy, and he called it the feast of Yahuwah, according to the 7 days during which he went and returned in peace. And accordingly has it been ordained and written on the heavenly tablets regarding Yasharal and his seed that they should observe this feast 7 days with the joy of feast. Okay. So all that being read, right? We have two feasts that Abraham has called the Feast of Yahuwah. So right off the back, we see there's a clear connectivity. Okay. A clear connectivity. And just really quick too, just to show you guys a ram of ordination. All right. So it's something that's offered. And essentially when you think about Passover, right? So you guys have some knowledge about it, and you are sacrificing the sacrificial lamb, Passover lamb. It has to be done in between the evenings, right? And there is obviously a huge debate, obviously, still to this day about when the day starts. I will kind of comment on that in a few, but I do have to show you guys this about the ram of ordination first before we kind of move on. If I can find it in these notes. Okay. So I'll read it here. It says, the ordination of Aaron and his sons continued with taking some of the body parts of the ram. So this was somewhere in Leviticus, you guys. It says the fat that was in the body, the tail, and the entrails, along with the lobe of the liver, the two kidneys, and the right thigh. This was done because it was a ram of ordination. The Hebrew phrase literally means ram of filling. Okay, so here the hands of the priest were to be filled with the items to be offered to Yahuwah. To be a priest was to have one's hands filled with serving Yahuwah. So, just real quick, remember, Abraham did tell Ishak that Yahuwah will provide himself an offering. He would provide himself a propitiation, essentially. He would provide himself an ascending smoke offering. And obviously, Abraham knew what Yahuwah had commanded him to do, but Yahuwah had told him eventually not to do that because he was proven that he was faithful. And then there was a ram that was caught in the bushes that he ended up using as an ascending offering, right? So again, this ram of that was in the thickets or in the bushes literally fulfilled, or it was a filling, right? It filled in for, let's just say, Yishak. And it didn't allow Yishak to be the one that was getting, sacrificed or, atoned for, or the one that was going to fill in the atoning sacrifice, I would say. Because essentially with Passover, that's also what is in place, is there is some atonement that is still going on. There's sacrifices, there's things that when you look at the whole, there's things that are supposed to be done every single day. Let's just say when unleavened bread, the Feast of Unleavened Bread starts, there are sacrifices that have to be done. So just notate that as well. That was required, and that it will return. I would say when Yahusha returns and the kingdom, 1,000-year reign starts in Ezekiel chapter like the 40s, basically, you'll see it mentions Passover and what's going to be done during Passover. There's still back sacrifices that have to be done, but it's not going to be just so like just cut and kill and just, put the blood here and there. It's just actually going to be a very beautiful praise and worship type of setting. But again, just to get you guys in the mindset, again, it's just the ram that was provided literally it's like literally the phrase ram of filling. And then somewhere else, it says that Massima actually was trying to keep the ram from, he was actually trying to keep the ram in the bushes. He was trying to like strangle it and the bushes. So Abraham didn't even have the ability to sacrifice it. But Yahuwah, um, um, uh, pushed off, like had Massima leave, and Abraham, or I'm sorry, I think it said Abraham actually rebuked him in the name of Yahuwah, and Massima fled, and then Abraham was able to sacrifice. Now, also do understand that Abraham, obviously, in order for him to even understand, to even do something like that, the sending smoke offering, things of that nature, he would have had to be educated on these things, right? And so I would say essentially Abraham was raised in the priesthood. The priesthood obviously was in his loins because obviously, you know, you got Aaron and Levi and all these different things. This bloodline that's already in his loins as well, and that's why the promise went through Abraham, through Yishak, and then through Yaakov, right? So essentially, Abraham had some priestly understanding. And yes, he was definitely with, it says by scripture, he has some understanding, taught by either Noah, Shem. So he was around some people, and some of them, scriptures say that he was introduced and understood different things at a very early age, possibly around 3 years old, things of that nature. So he was really educated because of the people that he was around and learned from. And then another place in the word, it talks about him actually having to flee from his father for a little bit, because remember his father had told Nimrod and that Abraham was a special kid basically, and like I think that story is in Jasher. You guys can find it. So Abraham supposedly had to flee, and during that time, he was cooking in the lab, basically just learning from whoever was around him, supposedly Noah, Shem, Eber, possibly. So it's some valid scriptures out there that just kind of point to the fact that again he was educated, and he was able to do these sacrifices. It's the same thing where Adam obviously has some education and he has some direction and some understanding from Torah that how to do sacrifices as well. Because when he got out of the garden, when he was kicked out of the garden, him and Adam and Eve, or him and Eve, he did some sacrifices according to Jubilees and in some other places in Scripture. So they would have to had some knowledge of these things. All right. So going back to this ram of ordination, it says here, along with the ram's organs, the priests were to be given one cake of bread and one cake of bread mixed with oil and one wafer from the basket of unleavened bread, which is set before Yahuwah. And Moses was commanded to put all these in the hands of Aaron and the hands of his sons, and were told to wave them as a wave offering before Yahuwah. So a lot of details in here, but essentially it's very key to see that there's unleavened bread connected to this ram of ordination, right? So again, you see Abraham is the first to celebrate the Feast of Sukkot, right? In chapter 16 of Jubilees. Then in Jubilees 18, you see him literally doing different things that is like it's like ordaining different things in this specific Feast of Yahuwah, essentially that is also Feast of Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread. These things have already been ordained through Abraham. He was doing it out of the love of his heart, also with instruction, and also because the heavenly tablet said it would be so. Right. So it's very interesting. The first, let's just say, uh, you know, animal, I would say, to be sacrificed for Passach was actually a ram. It's very interesting. Ram of ordination. So then you see that it's a lamb later on down the line. So just something to note. It's very interesting. And then you have the unleavened bread, which is very key. Okay, so oh, all right. So let me get these slides back up here. Give me 1 second. Am I putting anybody to sleep so far? Give me 1 second. You guys about to so I'm about to hit you guys definitely pretty hard soon. Trust me. Okay. All right. All right. So we already passed up the ram of ordination, the filling. Okay. So again, just to make this note also, like I said, the debate, there's always this debate when the day starts. The thing is, you guys, so there's obviously different Hebrew words for the day. Or it may just be one, just off the top of my head. Somehow I just forgot, but it is a specific word for day. And obviously, when you start looking into night and evening and things like that, twilight, it starts getting different, different distinguishing features for the words. But I do want you guys to understand that with Hebrew, right, and it's also not just called Hebrew. That's also a Yiddish term, if you guys will also look into that as well. But essentially, I'm just going to go with Abari, or just essentially, I'll just say Hebrew, because again, we can reconcile these different things, and we could, start from the foundations, or just the principles, I guess, or the basics. And then as you guys, again, you look into different things, you notate it, just understand that, different things have been changed over time. Um, and that there are more foundational truths that you will continue to find later on as you start weeding out what has been given to us versus what is actually the truth. But going back to the days, um, everything in the Hebrew language is active, essentially, like it's living. It's a living. It's literally the words in the language of creation, right? As Jubilees talks about. So a lot of things, I think people, when they read certain words in Hebrew, or Bari, like, people forget that it's active. And we're not supposed to read it like we would with English, right? Where it's like you read the word love, right? Or, plant, let's just say. And it's just, again, plant can be either a plant, like a noun, or somebody is going to like plant something, like a verb, I would say. But it's usually just stops at that word, and it's not necessarily like in active form. It's not living, right? With Hebrew, with Abari, is literally, you know, active. It's active. So even with the whole Kodesh and all these different things, or Chodesh, with the moon, all these different things like that, it's all these things are active, right? So another example, people think, okay, this is the day of the full moon, right? But again, there's things happening with the moon that you may not actively be able to see with the naked eye. But again, yes, the moon is being filled up to 100%. But remember, it's active. So it's not just going to be 100% for 24 hours or 12 hours. Once it's 100%, the moon is not going to get overfilled as well. So now it starts decreasing in light, 99%, 99.9, let's just say 99.8. It's in its active form, right? And decreasing and increasing the light. Okay. So that means also, when you're talking about how the day begins, right? When you see that it says evening and morning were the first day, you have to understand that just because day also involves light, it doesn't mean that when the evening ends, that is not the next day. And please understand this. Just notate it as well, that when evening ends, there is a new day that starts. So it doesn't mean that light has to come from that specific day that starts in the next day, when evening ends. And I'm going to show you guys also how this connects to with Passage, and when it comes down to why Yahuwah specifically wants this lamb of ordination, I would say, or this passage, to be eaten in between the evenings, because when the evening hits and is fully nighttime, and the moon is fully essentially up, let's just say full moon, the sun has specifically set completely in that night, that is when the new day actually starts. So I'm just throwing this out there for you guys to think about. Feast of Unleavened Bread. A lot of people start their Feast of Unleavened Bread the next day when light happens, because they'll say it's the 15th day. But remember, with the 14th day, when you're eating your passage, you're also eating it with bitter herbs, and you're eating it with unleavened bread as well. And typically people also feast and have, you know, their feast in the nighttime too, right? They have parties and get-togethers and things like that in the nighttime. So it's not to sit there and say that every party or, you know, every feast obviously starts in the daytime, but essentially they're eating their passage in between the evenings. And then when the night fully begins, or you know, the sun fully sets, that is literally when, you know, the feast of unleavened bread is also happening. Like they're feasting, they're at joy. You know, you're not just gonna eat the passage and then just be like, all right, y'all, I'll see y'all in the morning, you know, and just go to sleep. Like it's not how that works. But I will show you guys again, you know, how it's gonna flow, especially with the scriptures when it says what it says. But I think people get hung up on this idea again that because we physically have seen the day, right, the sun's rise, that again, it's all about light, and you know, that's when the day begins. But we got to understand Yahuwah's ways and Yahuwah's terms, right? The day begins essentially when the evening has fully set in and the night has come and the sun has essentially set, and now it's the next phase. And then if you would spend some time, maybe if you're camping, or maybe go outside in the you know, maybe like 1 o'clock, you know, make sure it's safe, obviously, maybe even 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, you will hear the birds chirping, you will hear, you know, just, you know, look up at the stars. You know, stars essentially are twinkling, you know, it's this worship type of moment that I believe the angels are doing also, you know, in this time of night. You know, obviously when before the sun is rising up, but it's this praising type of moment. I forget there's some scriptures about it, but when you're hearing the birds chirping and things like that, they're not just chirping in the daytime when the sun rises. They're chirping also in the night. And some people will say, well, they're nocturnal, right? But you got to remember the world will place different terminology on things than Yahuwah has placed, right? And so, you know, nocturnal to us, obviously, there's certain animals that can see in the night, and you know, they hunt in the night and things like that, et cetera, et cetera. But you guys have to understand, like, we got to go off of how Yahuwah has spoken, right, and how He's put things in there. And so, again, even with me saying this, it's always going to be someone out there. Again, we stick to our guns and we say, "This is what I know. This is what I believe. I have evidence to say no. The day does not start when the sun sets." Blah blah blah. I get it. Like I truly get it. I understand. I'm not here to convince any one of you guys what I believe and what, you know, I specifically want you to understand and believe. I'm specifically just letting you guys know, truly more so, what to notate and what to understand that is literally pointing out in scripture. That is the only thing I really want you guys to get from this. Don't ever pull it to say, hey, this is what Robbie believes and this is what, you know, this and that. Like, who cares what I believe? Like, it's about you guys' word, and you guys' understanding and trying to understand this word. And again, we can always discuss it, you know, in our circles, but you guys have to go study to show yourselves approved. So all I can do as a, you know, teacher, exhorter, however you want to call me, is to show you guys, hey, this is here. This is here. Notate this, et cetera, et cetera. So whether you guys believe, whatever you believe, that's on you guys. And again, we discuss different things and we try to get to the truth as much as possible. But again, what I mentioned earlier with you guys, you know, again, we got all these debates, we got all these different things, these heart sets, this arrogance, this pride. People, you know, always want to fry each other and say, no, you doing this wrong, you doing that wrong, blah, blah, blah. It's too much of that. And I'm always gonna make sure I avoid all of that stuff because that's not of Yahuwah. So the best thing I can do is stay neutral and tell you guys, hey, this is what this is. This is how this is. This is something to notate, and you do your work, you know. And if you want to talk about it, which is great, which we're supposed to do, we're supposed to discuss different things together. But sometimes we just, you know, some groups don't do that enough, and some groups do that. But again, you know, if you have someone that you want to talk to about it, great, reach out. But again, you know, it's always good to talk amongst each other these special topics, because again, people have just come against each other and, you know, divided on these topics, you know. So again, I'm not ever afraid to say, just relax. Just relax, just take it, notate it, do what you will. I have no time to debate and discuss in a certain way, or people just, again, they're trying to, project this on this someone and project that. It's okay. Like, let's just get through the study and let's just flow, but it's just something really to notate. All right. Um, so I want you guys to see also, with this being said, go to Exodus 12. So we're going to read in a separate translation with this. Okay. So again, I'm just reading these things just so you notate something about what I just mentioned about how the day begins, and you do what you will with it. Exodus chapter 12, 17 through 18. And do remember, also keep in mind what we read about in Jubilees 18 when it comes down to Abraham and how he did rise up in the morning, right? And then he took some, it says something about the 3 days journey, and whether or not it was 12 plus 3, or again, the day he was going to sacrifice Yishak. More than likely, it was the 14th day, transitioning into the 15th. All right. So again, you have to keep that in mind based off of how things flowed. And then it also mentions that he celebrated the feast for 7 days. All right. So just please mention that. Remember that, because again, he was essentially the first one that was, like it says in Jubilee 16, he celebrated for the Feast of Sukkot. He was the first one to do so. But in chapter 18 of Jubilees, it doesn't say he was the first one to celebrate the Feast of Passover, though. But it still says that he was essentially establishing, that feast of 7 days. He was establishing it. Like it's kind of like you think about apostles, right? In the renewed covenant scriptures, or AKA New Testament, and you think about, them ordaining certain things, I would say, but it was obviously through Yahusha. That apostolic ministry did not start with them. It was obviously, before them. And, you have people like Abraham, Isaac, even Noah, Adam, things like that, like Shinnok, or guys like that, where things were getting ordained and established through them. Though it was written on the heavenly tablets, it was still getting ordained and established through them. So another example for that, Noah, right? You have this is super overlooked on most people's calendars, but it's the days of remembrance, essentially the intercalary days, the 4 intercalary days, on the first month, the first day of the first month, the first day of the fourth month, first day of the seventh month, and the first day of the 10th month, right? So those days of remembrance, as it says in Jubilees, was established through Noah, and it says exactly why. So it's kind of like you looking at it from like an apostolic ministry, perspective, in a sense, like literally, like these things Yahuwah is doing through these men and ordaining it for a reason, because again, these men are righteous, they're on point, and they are actually flowing in him the way that he has designed for them to do. You'll also find another example like that with Moshe, and it's mentioned in Second Baruch. I forget the chapter, but it says that he was ordained to be the mediator of the covenant, right? So, things were getting established through Moshe, but of course you have, some of the Ish, people that have established, or rabbinical priest, rabbinical theology, or, studies, or whatever you want to call it, have taken that so far to say it's the words of Moses. It's the words of, just him. It's the Torah of Moses and things like that, so it gets a little misconstrued, I would say. But from that perspective, I want you guys to understand apostolic ministry was way before the disciples. All right. So let's go to Exodus chapter 12 and go to verse 17. Again, keep Jubilees 18 in mind. And it says, and ye shall guard the feast of Matzah, for in this self same day have I brought your armies out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. All right, it says, in the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat matzah until the 20th day of the month at even. Okay, So remember, Jubilees 18, it says that Abraham celebrated this feast for 7 days. Remember when he sacrificed a ram? Remember, the day was still going. So it doesn't mean that he just started his feast the very next morning. He literally sacrificed the ram of ordination, the ram of filling. Then later that day, he legit got together with his people and they celebrated. And it was also involving the unleavened bread as well. Um, but it literally says here, as we see in Exodus itself, Exodus is showing you first month, 14th day of the month at even, you shall eat matzah. It's important to know that matzah, and it's just converging, you guys. It's this beautiful converging. Even on the 14th day, you guys know that the as the sun is setting, the moon is rising. It's this beautiful moment, right? This balance almost, but it's like this connection of like this togetherness. It's this beautiful, can't even really explain it to you, but it's like this beautiful balance. It's beautiful like transition, right? And you see here again, the 14th day, it ends at evening. And when night fully is in, that's when the 15th day starts. And that's when they would essentially also be celebrating the unleavened bread, like the feast of the 7 days. They're not going to wait till that next morning to celebrate. It literally makes no sense. They're going to celebrate, and Abraham shows it. He celebrated that same day, quote unquote, day. All right. And I know it probably sounds a little wild, but I think you guys are kind of, again, I think you guys are flowing with what's going on. But let's keep going. So Exodus 13. So let's go to Exodus 13, 6 through 9. And we're just heating up, y'all. We're just heating up. Exodus 13, 6 through 9. It says, 7 days you shall eat matzah, and in the seventh day shall be a feast to Yahuwah. Matzah shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no chametz be seen with you. No leavened bread be seen with you, neither shall there be leaven seen with you in all your quarters. And you shall show your son. So this is super key. This is another reason why I have said, again, we all do not keep the feast perfectly. Whether somebody want to butcher me or not, I have no care in the world about that at all. It's about still not sitting there telling people you don't have to do feasts, right? But again, it's like, what is the scripture really telling us? And what are we understanding also from a heart set, spirit set, and mindset when it comes to what's coming and who is coming, who's perfect, who will lead us into perfection and doing it the right way? What have we lost in translation over time, especially being in the land of our captivity, which some people don't agree where we're at, which is fair enough. But essentially, as the scriptures break down in these moments, as we're approaching even more of the consummation of times, his people would be in the land of their captivity, and then he would gather them at a later time, right? So essentially, we got to be in the land of our captivity. But fair enough, if you believe what you believe. But you guys, it says here in verse 8, and you shall show your son in that day. This is very key because in the Feast of Shavuot as well, you're supposed to show your sons. And the reason for it is huge because it's about renewing the covenant. Absolutely, I would say, I'm gonna just say 99.9% of people for the Feast of Matzah does not show their sons, or let's just say even their daughters, to Yahuwah and say, do it in a way where it's talking about this. It's not, I mean, when have you ever come across a post or when people say how they celebrate Passover and unleavened bread, have they ever mentioned that you're supposed to show your son in that day? I have never come across anybody, and it's nothing to fry anybody about or, to talk down on, but it's important. It's important to note. And it says, "This is done because of that which Yahuwah did unto me when I came forth out of Misraim. And it shall be for a sign unto you upon your hand and for a memorial between your eyes, that Yahuwah's Torah may be in your mouth, for with a strong hand has Yahuwah brought you out of Mizraim. You shall therefore guard this ordinance in his appointed time from year to year. So very, very important. And then it also mentions in verse 12, it says that you shall set apart unto Yahuwah all that open the womb, and every firstling that comes of a beast which you have, the males shall be Yahuwah's. And every firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you will not redeem it, then you shall break his neck, and all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. So in the next, I'm probably gonna have to do a part 2 of Passover study, to be honest with you, because there's an important concept here about redeeming, and especially the sons and what it has to do. It's super important, but it's going to be a mix between um, the Passover, but it's going to be a mix between the oaths and the covenants, because that's another study that we ended off on before about the covenants, and we started talking about the oaths, but it's a very important concept that we have to understand that's going to connect with this. But as you guys see with the sons, right, with the male sons, the males, super important, the firstlings of it's the firstborns, and then you see it also with the beasts, the firstlings. It's so super important. The male shall be Yahuwah's. So we're not necessarily doing this, and this also can be something that you do as well during your Passovers. If you're celebrating Passover, do that. Like present your children to Yahuwah. Pray over them, cover them. You know, that's one thing I did with all my children when they came out of the womb. I dedicated them. And it's not even a dedication. I won't even say that word, because the children the child dedication that, let's just say, Catholics do, and even Christians do. But it's more so like the way that Hannah did with her son, Samuel. It's like before she even had this child, her womb was closed, and she legit asked Yahuwah to open up her womb. And if he did not, then so be it. But she asked for it, and asked for the mercy, and asked for a son, or a child, I would say. I'm not sure if she said specifically a son, but I think if she did say that she would give him right back to him, right back to Yahuwah, so he can work for Yahuwah. Essentially, he would be and follow Yahuwah. And so when Samuel was born, Yahuwah granted Hannah to conceive. And then when Samuel was born, and she took care of him, and then weaned him. And then when he was of age, he went into the simple service. And now you have to understand, you guys, like, from a mother's perspective as well. And obviously, I'm not a mother, but I have a firstborn, and I love him very, very, very much. I love my 2 daughters as well. But it's something about the firstborn also that is it kind of hits you a little bit different as a parent. But let's just say for a mother who birthed the firstborn child, you know, knowing that she was all locked in to Yahuwah to give her firstborn to him to be, into the temple service, that also meant that she would not be around him like that, not that often. Because when you look at how the males would serve in the temple and things of that nature, she obviously wasn't going to be in there. She's a woman. But also, there's things that they have to do. They have to be set apart, So there was only a certain amount of times, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that she would be able to see him. And that's huge. So you didn't have your womb open. You asked for your womb to be open. Yahuwah opens it, and that's your first child. I don't know if she had any children after that, but I'm assuming maybe she did. But legit, that's your firstborn. And she had no worries and nothing in her. So, okay, so sister said she had 5 more. So good deal. So she, with her firstborn, it's just a beautiful thing for her to not even, worry. But it's like, again, what I was saying about my children, I always have given them to Yahuwah right off the bat as soon as they're born. Anoint them, cover them, pray over them, say, Yahuwah, this is your son, it's your daughter. Use them in their ordained path. Allow them to walk in the righteousness unto you. And I have seen it firsthand that it is the case. Yahuwah will bless your children ahead of time and put gifts in them and things of that nature because that's the heart that you carry. So it's very important. Um, so again, that was I'm mentioning all that because it legit says, at least in the Sefer translation, about presenting the sons. And like I told you guys, to make sure you make a note of it with the what's it called? Feast of Shavuot. It's the same exact thing. And that was literally, it would tell you, especially in Jubilees, it was to renew the covenant. It was super important. It was supposed to be done every year to renew the covenant. Again, how many things have we failed to do over the course of the years? How many things have how many shortcomings do we truly have when it comes down to these things? And you guys have to understand too, all these things that have been given to us, been given to Abraham and Isaac, even from basically from Adam to Yaakov, all of these things, all of these things are a shadow of what happens in the heavens. There is a heavenly priesthood. There's a heavenly tabernacle. I can't wait to do that study as well. And we're going to look at all of that too. But there's these things happen in perfection in the heavens with Yahushua being the high priest, the king that leads it unto his father. It cannot be done any less than perfection in the heavens. But it shows you in different scriptures that literally all these things were a shadow of what is in heaven. He gave Moshe the shadow or the likeness, the measurements and all that stuff of the tabernacle that's in heaven. He gave it to Moshe and had him build to the likeness. Right. So just a really good example. So if that means that a firstborn son is presented, I mean, anyway, let's move on to chapter 34 of Exodus. Go to chapter 34 of Exodus, please. All right. And what verse did I say here? 18 through 20. So it's cool. This new Sefer app. Whatever if you landed on a certain verse from a certain chapter, it'll actually, like, whenever you go back to it, it seems to, like, it'll go back to that verse. It'll, like, scroll down for you automatically. It's pretty cool. So Exodus 34, right? So this is in connection with the Feast of Matzah. All right. So it says the Feast of Matzah shall you guard. 7 days you shall eat matzah, and as I commanded you, in the time of the month of Aviv. For in the month of Aviv you came out from Mitzrayim. Okay, and it says, all that opens the womb is mine, and every firstling among your cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But in the firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you redeem him not, then you shall break his neck. Or the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the seventh day you shall rest, and earning time and harvest you shall rest. Or earing time, and in harvest you shall rest. Okay, so it's very important. You see here again, 7 days, 7 day pattern that Abraham legit was already locked into doing. And remember, he was celebrating it with all his heart, all his soul, and all joy. And it was connected to also what happened with the testimony, him being faithful, all these different things connected to it. So, like I told you guys earlier, we see a lot of similar things that has been circulated around these feasts and things like that. But it's so many foundations that I think we're overlooking that we should be able to bring out more often. So let's continue. We have Exodus 34 that I just read, and let's go to Leviticus 23. Leviticus 23. All right, and it says verse 5 through 6. So again, you're also thinking about, again, the day, when the day starts, things of that nature. Verse 5, it says, in the 14th day of the first month at even is Yahuwah's Passach. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of Matzah unto Yahuwah. 7 days ye must eat Matzah. In the first day ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein. You shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah 7 days, and the seventh day is a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work therein. So essentially, let's just say again for mindset, we're gonna have to go to Jubilees chapter 49 real quick. I think it's very good to do so. Just for a mindset, again, you eat the Passach in between the evenings, and then obviously you have Matzah alongside of it, bitter herbs. And as the sun fully sets, you get into that nighttime, feast begins. And essentially, you guys are already feasting essentially with Passach, right? So feast, like music, whatever, just really being enjoyed in that nighttime, 15th day, right? But then it's essentially, let's just say when you get to verse 7, you want to have to go into work in the morning, in the daytime. It's no servile work therein. It's essentially a Shabbat. I think they call it a high Shabbat, if I'm not mistaken. And then obviously the seventh day count is already beginning. So you get to the 21st, and that's another feast, as it says in another scripture. And you do that with joy, things of that nature. And then you have your feast of Passach. Yahuwah's Passach and the feast of Matzah. But again, it's just a mindset. I'm not trying to convince any of you guys to say that's when it starts. You could do what you please. Go to chapter 49 of Jubilees really quick, you guys. Really quick. Chapter 49, and we'll start at verse 10. Okay. It says, let the children of Yasharal come and observe the feast of Passach on the day of its fixed time on the 14th day of the first month, between the evenings from the third part of the day to the third part of the night. For 2 portions of the day are given to the light, and a third part to the evening. So let's just say essentially we got 18 hours, right? You divide those into 3 days. I'm sorry, into 3 portions. So in between the evenings, what happens is you got to get the mindset of like thinking about, again, the Passach is not supposed to just be given to, the household where they roast it or whatever. I think the problem that people have is comparing Exodus and then balancing out Leviticus and whatever else instructions there are that was given. Yeah, most people will validate, doing certain things on the Passach based off of what Exodus shows because it was, in the households. But you have to remember that there was many people, many people that was getting taken out of Egypt, right? And so with the priesthood, you have to understand how the priesthood was also set up, and essentially it wasn't really set up in Egypt, let's just say. So everyone had to still get if I'm not mistaken, they still had to get their lamb essentially blessed, because they were, according to the scriptures, Yosef had put Yasharal in their own space. So I would assume that there were still certain ordinances and customs that were still going on, and that lamb would still be possibly blessed by a priest, if I'm not mistaken. But even if not, everyone was able to, let's just say, roast the Passach and things like that on their own. But none of us have ever truly, done a sacrifice. I think I've seen people do it on live on Instagram, and they actually go to a butcher, they go pick out a lamb, things like that. But the amount of time that it takes to do that, and then roast it, have it ready for for it to be edible to eat, no blood in it, things like that, it takes a while, right? So let's get into a mindset of when things are set up with the priesthood and the priests have a fire that's already burning. I believe they're supposed to have a fire that's already burning regularly, right? So however many people there are with their passage and things of that nature, there's a certain temperature the fire would already be in order to roast these lambs in an efficient manner. But you would not start the roasting. Let's just say if you're supposed to eat this passage in between the evenings, and let's just say, let's just say March time. Let's just say this is March time. Typically the sun sets around what, like 7:30, right? Um, you would not start doing all this. The priest would not start doing all of this at 5 o'clock. They would not start doing all of this. You have all these people, all the passage. They would not start doing all of this at a certain time frame like that because nobody would be able to eat it in between the evenings. It was so detailed. It was for a reason. So essentially, when you start looking this up, you guys just make a note. When the sun rises, right? And then when it gets towards noon, this is when the sun starts to go obviously towards the west, right? It starts declining towards the west. So when you have 3 parts, when you divide 18 hours into 3 parts, when you get to the third part of the evening, the third part of the day to the third part of the night, typically you're going to have somewhere after 12, somewhere around that 1 p.m. time frame, if I'm not mistaken, that I would believe that the priest would start the burning, the roasting, the getting it all together, right? So that way, when it's all done, they'll be able to eat it before the sun sets. Because when the sun sets, that's when the next day begins. It's not by accident Jubilees 49 is saying the third part of the day to the third part of the night. It's very important. You have to kind of do some math here a little bit, but it says 2 portions of the day are given to the light and the third part to the evening. So then you can also go, even for more detail, you go to Shinnach and you go to chapter 72 when it talks about the sun, right? And it talks about in the first month, let's just say in the first 3 months, I would say, it says that there are 10 parts day and 8 parts night, right? So then you really start, you can do some math, you can start again. And I'm not gonna sit here and do the specific details, but I'm just giving you guys a mindset on again how it would work with burning the passage, or I'm sorry, roasting the passage, getting it all together, because the priests were highly involved with this when it was done outside of Egypt. Outside of Egypt, Yahuwah gave them specific instruction for it to be done the right way, right? And essentially, it would take time for these things to flow. So just something very, very interesting and keen to know. It's kind of fun. We kind of put these details together. But let's go back to chapter 49 in verse 11. In Jubilees, it says, "This is that which Yahuwah commanded you, that you should observe it between the evenings." And it says, "And it is not permissible to slay it during any period of the light." So this is an interesting part too. "But during the period bordering on the evening, and let them eat it at the time of the evening and until the third part of the night, and whatsoever is left over all of his flesh from the third part of the night and onwards, let them burn it with fire." So it's interesting. It did say any period of the light, but based off of how other scriptures have broken it down, and maybe this is true, like maybe it's not altered, maybe it's not it's permissible upon other translations, but around the time where the sun is setting, that it's technically, it's declining, like the sun is declining, it's getting ready to set, that around that time frame, that's when the priests would be starting their preparations, whether it's the fire that they're preparing, whatever it may be. They would start preparing it because it has to be done in a certain fashion, has to be done on time. And again, there's other passages. There's another book or letter that I read a while ago where this guy is supposedly he's interviewing some of the priests. and they're actually telling him certain things that they're doing by detail. And I have to find it, but it's talking about it has so many details about how they would start their fires, how they would, you know, basically utilize certain markers for the day or something of that nature. I read it a long time ago, but I guess the idea or the imagery where we can see is it's very detailed. It's very on point with how things have to be done. And essentially, if we were giving this to the priesthood and letting them do it, you know, they would have to be on point with this. Like you gotta literally trust that they're gonna do it the right way, you know? So um in between the evenings, there's gonna be light out there. There's gonna be light out there no matter what, because you cannot wait till the sun sets in order to slay everything and then like stuff your face before the night comes. It's just very interesting how it breaks down. So I think again, just something to notate with the period of light. I want you guys to notate that. Notate that because again, it says during the period bordering on the evening. So this means that you would have to also look up the definition of evening and how that works. And remember, it is active. These Hebrew words are active. These Abari words are active. Yehudayah, these words are active. Active. Okay. It's very interesting. And as sister said, it's interesting that portions of light of the sun are a sign, just like portions of light of the moon. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I just wanted to again just read that to you guys. And I know it does mention again very keenly in verse 19 of this Jubilees 49 as well. It says, in the days when the house has been built in the name of Yahuwah in the land of their inheritance, they shall go there and slay the Passage in the evening. And now it says at sunset, at the third part of the day, right? So now you start having a little bit more details here and there. And it's interesting because during this specific time, when the house is built in the name of Yahuwah, remember, we're going to be in the land. So the land works completely different in the ways that the sun and the moon, like the seasons and how everything flows, even to the dew of heaven, you know, resting on the land. You'll see that it says the dew of the earth rests on the rest of the land in the world. It's so different. The land is so different. And then by this time also, when Yahusha sits as king, it says also when you look in Isaiah, it says the moon will be sevenfold brighter than it is when it's full, and the sun will be sevenfold brighter than it is when it's at its fullness. And in Shinnok 72, it does tell you that the sun has its brightest light, you know, towards the like obviously the summertime, and we can obviously feel that, right? But it's not shining as much, you know, towards the latter part of the year. But it's interesting to note that the moon will be 7 times brighter in those times, and then the sun will be 7 times brighter in those times. And that means what? As Jubilees chapter 2 says, that the sun is for prosperity, for things to grow and shoot out of the earth. Just imagine Yahusha burning all things, right? And just wreaking havoc on all this earth when he gets here, and how quickly things will grow, especially because he's here and he is the light. He is the life thereof. And the sun and the moon shining the way that they do. And if you have some understanding of how the sun and the moon also work with plants and, you know, gardening and all of that, and, you know, the sea and all of that stuff, is going to be a tremendous, amazing moment of growth where things are going to just shoot, prosper, and just, I mean, man, you imagine the grapes super juicy and apples perfect. You don't have all that wax on on it, whatever it may be. But I think it's very interesting to note that again, the days and the nights will be very different than what we are experiencing today. So just note that for specifically that verse in Jubilees 49. But I won't break this chapter down specifically. I just wanted to make sure you guys have some understanding about it. So again, that was on some detail about the 14th day and 15th day when it starts and the Feast of Massah. But again, if you celebrate how you celebrate certain things, fair enough. It's not me convince you of anything. Just take a note of it, guys. So moving on. So perspective. All right. So Yahuwah told me in a dream a while ago, so many years ago, he said all of the feasts point to the eighth day. All of them. All of the feasts point to the eighth day. So what I found over time is different approaches, different perspectives, right? And especially in this community where people have come out of Christianity, come out of Catholicism, whatever religion that you were in, and have come to the truth. And it's this rapid amount of information that gets consumed. And, the pressure to understand the truth in certain ways, especially on the world's end and how they do different things. And, this person is with this cult and that, whatever, blah, blah. This person belongs to this, this gematria, that, whatever. And then you got the truth of the scriptures, and you got that divided by, different people, different leaders, the names, all of these different things. And then you get to the feast, it's essentially the same thing, to where you can think of it as pie, right? So you can go and see that on the left side, that picture there is different types of pie, different pieces, but they're not obviously one pie. It's just different pieces. So when you taste one, you get that taste, and then you eat another one, it's a whole different taste. You get another one, it's a whole different taste. So essentially, what happens is people take each feast and they eat a piece of the pie, and they miss the fullness of the rest of where, what taste you're supposed to have in its fullness. Like for the next slice, it's not supposed to taste different. You guys get what I'm saying? It's not supposed to taste different. It's supposed to taste the same. It's supposed to taste the same because it's all part of the same pie. But when you have different pieces of a pie and they all taste differently, you're not necessarily going to connect the foundations of Passover to the next foundation of the next feast that comes up. People are usually, especially in the calendar, they're like, okay, 50 days from here, you count that and weeks and blah, blah, blah. And now we're over here. It's like we're missing the whole connectivity to everything. But again, we see in Jubilees, it says that Abraham named the Feast of Sukkot, Tabernacles, the Feast of Yahuwah, and he named the Passage essentially the Feast of Yahuwah as well. The Passage and in Massah, Feast of Massah, he named it the Feast of Yahuwah. He named these feasts the same exact name because they're connected. They're absolutely connected. And you see it from the very beginning, first month to that seventh month, where all the feasts usually take place. It's absolutely connected. It's not supposed to be broke apart. It's not supposed to be, especially when people take it into messianic, like they go full messianic with it and they say like, this is about Jesus or Yahusha, and this is all like they only talk about that. And they miss the other portions of what we're learning, what we see, Jubilees, Feast of Yahuwah, Abraham, all these different things are super important to the whole. How are we going to keep talking about the same thing every single year in the same manner and not ever gain any more foundations from it? It just becomes mundane. And then people, again, mostly, let's just say Instagram or whatever, their main goal is to show you that they're celebrating Feast of Passover or whatever feast that they're doing. They got to show you they're blowing a shofar or whatever. And I'm not taking shots at anybody. That's not my point. Some of you guys are doing it in purity, but you got to really look back and really see this and really observe what's going on and really understand like this is so different than how it was done back in the day. Abraham was not worried about any of that stuff. He was celebrating with joy, just true joy in gladness with his people. Nobody was uncircumcised around him. So that means also of the heart and of the flesh. That means everybody knew was it was locked in essentially to why they were celebrating. Some of you guys cannot sit there and say that you celebrate in peace all the time. Sometimes you may be celebrating with people that may not even really have the right heart set behind it. Sometimes people actually come into these feasts with, you know, some sadness or whatever it may be. There was pure joy with Abraham. Now, granted, this is also why Shinnach also mentions, when he mentions Shabbat in the Shinnach, he literally says that in a certain time, when especially when Yahusha returns, especially like when he returns, Shabbats will be celebrated in perfection, in peace, in complete peace. We do the best that we can right now, for sure, but it's not all in complete peace. Especially we know where we are living right now, and then when times really hit, and a lot of us are scattered, obviously, and trying to figure out what we're supposed to be doing, and all this stuff is going wild, whatever it may be. You have to truly understand how Yahuwah says that my peace is with you. Yahusha says, my peace is with you. Peace I leave with you. And you have to seek the peace that surpasses all understanding. You can't get all of that in your heart by eating different types of pieces of pie. If you guys get what I'm trying to go with that, you eat the whole. You take pieces of the whole of the one taste, and essentially you're gaining the understanding of like the ingredients that it was made with, the love that it was made with. I don't know. You guys, I'm just trying to paint a very simple picture. The covenant, the things that are tied with these feast days, it's all pointing to the eighth day. And we cannot get to the eighth day without going through the seventh. And that's where Yahusha stands at that seventh day. He stands there, he's waiting to take us into the eighth day for those who actually make it to that seventh day anyway. So again, all feasts point to the eighth day. So if you only look at one feast and you never think about the eighth day, you're doing it wrong, essentially, as far as the heart set and mindset behind it. Think about the eighth day on every single feast that you do. Every single thing. Sister says, Passage lamb was to be fully consumed. It's like Mashiach wants us to consume him fully. He is the pie, absolutely. And then also, if the Passage was not eaten on time, or if there was leftovers, right? He said to burn it completely. And essentially, that would not just be to be like, oh, let me just throw it in the, let's just say, like people throw something in the garbage disposal or whatever. No, this is burning it still unto Yahuwah. You still give that unto Yahuwah. So it's still his. Because remember, the firstlings that come from the womb is his. It's still his. So it's a very good point. So I hope that made sense with the pie thing. Hope it made sense. And I think even with people who are, we label them Christians and things like that, I think if we can explain these concepts, or the understanding of it with feasts and things like that, you put more heart effort into it rather than so like the legalism that comes with it, and the whole pride stuff that comes behind people's hearts with it. I think you can really bring people in so much more, because you can't get these things with these worldly holy days. You absolutely cannot. You can't even connect them. They have no connection with each other, but them being pagan or satanic, whatever it may be. That's it. Like you celebrate one day in the year, December 25th, as Jesus, Jesus' birthday, right? And they'll say, well, they use the Hebrew Yeshua. Okay, you celebrate Yeshua's birthday one day in the year. But the feast days connect as a whole, and you can do that throughout the year, and still, even after that seventh month, reflect and get prepared for that first month, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's so much beauty in what you can do to grow in closeness to Yahuwah, to Abba Yahuwah and his son in the Ruach. Okay. All right. So this is where it really, 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 really starts getting even more detailed, you guys. So I think you guys are flowing with everything right now, right? Masoretic versus Septuagint. Okay. So you guys have to research your history, research the history between the Masoretic and the Septuagint text. Very important. Research the differences, right? Certain things will have credibility over the other. And I won't sit there and say that the Masoretic texts have no credibility versus the Septuagint, and the Septuagint has all the credibility. I would hear certain people talk about the Septuagint in a prideful manner as well, and say how, it's the Septuagint is what Yahusha and the disciples read, and when Yahusha was here on earth, and et cetera, blah blah. And I'm like, I understand that, but then again, it would just be shunning of whatever other translation you would use. And I think that is not the way to go. But that would also keep me from reading a little bit more of the Septuagint, even though I would read it, here and there. But I know Yahuwah has been pulling me towards Septuagint even more lately. And I got some way more understanding, especially for this study. And I actually have a kind of like a mentor for the first time. Not a mentor actually, but he's kind of like teaching me certain things or whatever, brother and a sister. But I'm still checking certain things out, trying to learn some things, trying to figure some things out, relearning all these different things, right? So it's just very important to, again, just research, just see how things were made, and not just stick with, like, again, what will stick out as the history. Research a little bit deeper than that. Figure out what else other history of the translations, how they put together the translations. Figure out how other like just see what other things, other sources say when it comes down to it, so you can have more detail under your plate. Then understand that there's not really any perfect text. Okay, so there may be one that's more perfect than the other, for sure. Excuse me, but we have to understand how much stuff has been lost in translation, has been changed, has been kept from us, all these different things. So there's not fully one perfect text, but there are some texts that are close to perfection in a sense. You still got to compare translations for the diligent to be a diligent student of the word. Okay, so there's times where you just want to sit down and read. That's okay, fair enough. You read certain things, whatever. But there's obviously more times where you're going to have to to compare some other text, and you're going to have to see the differences and bring more understanding. Because what's going to happen is someone else is going to do it, especially then they're anti-Mashiach, anti-Yahushua Mashiach, and they're going to burn you because they have some type of understanding that you don't, and it's may seem like you're caught up in messianism, if that's how you say it. That's one thing to understand. We can believe and know who Yahusha is, but we need to make sure we know the fullness of the truth, not just stick to messianic traditions and things of that nature. You got to be able to find the details and the truths of different things, and that's what we are supposed to be doing in our smaller groups, I would say, but even on your own end. Okay, even on your own end. So questions to ask yourself when it comes down to the Masoretic versus Septuagint: can these differences be reconciled? So I'm going to show you guys some examples of differences just to spark your interest. And another question to say: if yes, how and why, and if not, why? Right. So what I tend to see is people, again, they'll say Septuagint all the way, but there's no reconciliation sometimes. And then they'll post something about, the text being wrong in a Masoretic because Septuagint has it written a certain way. And then all of a sudden, there's actually some reconciliation that can be done there, but they don't see it themselves. And it's just them, talking about the lion pen of the scribes, and that's it. So then from someone else who will read it and find it suspicious of as well, that's when they get into that Sirach chapter 3, verse something 20 something, where it says people have formed evil suspicions or vain opinions because of their evil suspicions. Even if you see something that someone presents like that, you're still supposed to check it out. And I'm just encouraging you guys to ask these different questions. So then it says, is this so ask yourself also, is this a passage where the lying pen of the scribes is at work? And then also, am I forming a vain opinion due to evil suspicion? Okay, so even for the Sefer, love the Sefer translation for sure, right? But there's some issues there in the Sefer translation as well. It's not perfect. But I would say also to go to their website, go to each website that you wherever you buy your books from, go to their websites. They have information about how they translated the scriptures. Everyone is going to say that they did it the right way. Everyone. But the more you know and the more you understand how different things are, either Masoretic or Septuagint, let's just say from a foundational perspective, you'll know, for example, how Sefer also brings in their translation, and they'll tell you right off the bat. They have some they pull from the Aleppo Codex, some other codexes, that the KJV also pulled from, but it's not all full KJV either. It's other manuscripts. They have a little bit of the Septuagint slightly in there, a lot of Masoretic texts. But even when you say Masoretic, you may end up saying this Masoretic again is mainly this codex or this Codex Vaticanus or whatever it may be. It's just do your research on it and don't rush. Don't feel like you got to have the right verbiage and all of that. Like you will gain the verbiage, you gain understanding. Don't get frustrated either, but just understand like, okay, there's different manuscripts. There's different things that have been misconstrued, changed, translated differently, different languages, all types of stuff. So, it's just things that just, again, can it be reconciled? Is it a lying pen of the scribes? And if so, you have to say why. You have to know why. You cannot lean on somebody else's statement for it. If someone's statement is valid, use it, but still add to that because you have to know in spirit and in truth. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys some examples. I have a question here. What's the difference between Sefer, Dead Sea Scrolls, regular 66 canon, and Septuagint? So it's essentially just translation, I would say. It's just, again, how someone is going to interpret the text. You'll have different translators from, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the 66 canon, right? You just have different people that go about it. Even the Septuagint. And I'll tell you guys about the Septuagint very, very, very soon. I think here, but I'll just say right now, the Septuagint, you have, let's just say Brenton's Septuagint is very popular, and there's some other ones, but there's another Septuagint that was the first one to ever be written, actually, and I'll send that to you guys in the group chat. But for you guys, that whoever is listening that's not obviously in the group chat, um, there's the first one that was ever written in English translation, and it's by a man named Charles Thompson. And what was suspicious for me, or suspect to me about this, but it could still be, again, when you read the history of how he translated the Septuagint, or translated the scriptures into the Septuagint, and I mean, it kind of checks out. But again, this man was a friend of George Washington. He worked alongside George Washington. We all know George Washington was a Freemason, and other people around him. They will say Thomas Jefferson is not a Freemason as well, but I think that is false. I think because he was he was part of one of the first, if not the first, fraternity that was you know, introduced to college, especially. And when you understand about frats and sororities and things like that, you understand the connection with Freemasonry as well. So it's all linked. But they always try to say Thomas Jefferson didn't, have a lodge that he was a part of, and there's no history, there's no name, all that stuff. But essentially, back to Charles Thompson, he worked alongside George Washington, and he actually was one of the few people who actually created the Great Seal of the United States. So, which is obviously like, okay, this dude obviously, knew some stuff from a certain perspective of idol worship and all of that, because you have the eagle, you got the pyramid, you got all this stuff, that's showing for what it is. And he just happened to be the first person Secretary of the United States, and then he retired. He happened to be the first person as a congressperson, former congressman to when I say Secretary of the United States, I don't know what he was. He was something of that nature, one of those jobs he had, right? Secretary, whatever. But he was the first person to translate the Septuagint essentially, or translate it into the Septuagint, however the verbiage is supposed to be, into English. And the thing is, nobody really talks about it. Even the other scholars who have translated the Septuagint. I'm sorry, that's what it's supposed to say. The Septuagint is essentially written in Greek. So when you translate it from Greek into English, that's what you're doing. You're translating the Septuagint. Sorry about that. Um, so Charles Thompson, no scholar talks about his translation specifically because no one also, you know, made any edits to his translation. Um, I mean, it's not really circulated as much. And even when you say, read Brenton's Septuagint, they don't really use Charles Thompson's translation. So it's just kind of interesting. I don't know. It's just kind of interesting. So my first approach, of course, I have certain red flags that I see, but at the same time, I'm going to spend time with the text, which I have been doing. And the more time I spend with it, because Yahuwah has guided me towards that text, the more that I do see some keen connections, and that, a lot of this stuff obviously checks out. And it's just interesting as a whole. And so I have a brother of mine, we talk about this a lot too, and he wants to, do certain things with the translation because it's not copywritten or something like that. And it's just interesting. It's just kind of just sitting there, and it's not really looked at as much. But again, you'll see similarities even with the more modern Septuagint English translations that you'll see with Charles Thompson. But I think he may have a few things in there that's a little bit different. And I'm going to show you guys some very awesome stuff that at least I've found so far in there. All right. But hopefully all of that made sense so far, guys. So I'm going to show you some examples of differences. I took these screenshots from an Instagram account that I'm not necessarily going to promote, but some of you guys may follow her. You can put it in the chat if you want to. I don't know if it's a her or a he, he or she, or they may go by some other pronouns. I'm just kidding, but I'm not going to promote their Instagram page because I'm still checking them out. Certain things I may see that but I don't want to promote them, and somebody be like, oh, like some weird end up happening or whatever. Not checking out too well, but at least these things I saw were really cool and really good to point out here. So an example of the Septuagint versus Masoretic. All right. So you got Ezekiel 20:39. So you got the Masoretic text that says, as for you, O house of Yasharel, thus says Yahuwah. Obviously it says, Lord God, go serve every one of you his idols, and hereafter, if you will not obey me, but profane my holy name no more with your gifts and your idols. And then you get the Septuagint, and it says, in you, O house of Yasharel, this is what Yahuwah says, each one of you take away your practices. And after this, unless you listen to me, and you shall no longer profane my holy name with your gifts and with your practices. So this person obviously, put in white, bold, the difference between the two texts, right? And so again, someone can easily look at this and say, oh no, like that's completely different. But again, keep those questions in your mind to say, can this be reconciled? And wait, let me see. Ezekiel 20:39. Let me see. I had a note. Okay, well, she put, or he put some notes there, but in a certain way, sometimes this can be taken in a certain way when you read it the first time in the Masoretic, and then you read it in the Septuagint. It's like, okay, this is more practical of what Yahuwah is specifically saying. But I think, let's just say for this example, it could be reconciled. And my brothers, we just the original, or the OG, I call them the OG men's group, um, that we have. We read a Sirach when we get together, and we were reading from the Septuagint Sirach translation in the Sefer, and so we came across a few lines, verses that were a little different, but we were still able to get two different types of understanding of the text, and it was easily reconciled. It didn't need to be a lying pen of the scribes, right? So this is really good for you guys to see differences. But again, what can be reconciled? What type of understanding can you get from this? Are there multiple streams of understanding here as well? Another example, Psalm 145:13. It says, "Your kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and your dominion endures throughout all generations," from the Masoretic. The Septuagint, it says, "Your kingdom is a kingdom of all ages, and your dominion is in every generation and generation. Faithful is Yahuwah in his words and devout in all his works." So now you see, man, like there's a line, a couple lines that's missing from the Masoretic. That's in the Septuagint. But again, don't raise the evil suspicion and be like, oh, we got to throw this Masoretic away. Go find out why, and you will actually find why scholars are divided to say, hey, this was either written in the manuscripts or it seemed like maybe it was added, whatever it may be. You have that knowledge under your belt, and then you are able to say, okay, here I'm going to use this scripture. If I want to recite this, I'm going to also remember, let's just say the Septuagint part, and I'm going to make sure I say, "Faithful is Yahuwah in his words and devout in all his works." It's very simple, but it is very interesting. And then this person also put in the caption an example of, again, why it was taken out. Okay, so he goes into the Hebrew words or letters or Abari words, or I'm sorry, letters, and it talks about, again, the differences and why people essentially are kind of divided here and there. As it says, scholars are divided as to the originality of this verse. Okay, so it's very key. It's something, again, to be able to research. Yeah. So sister posted a separate translation, also what it would put. I mean, also where it is. So then once you start looking at your own translations, say Sefer, Hallelujah, Scripture, whatever you have, you'll notice, you'll say, okay, more than likely they use a lot more Masoretic text here, and you'll notice in places they also connect the Septuagint. But you'll notice the more you study, the more you notice, you'll say, okay, this is more Masoretic. It doesn't mean that you got to throw it away again. Notate the differences. Find PDFs or whatever it may be. Talk to your people around you if you want to. Study to show yourself approved. So we have another example, Amos 5:26. And so again, you guys, I know we're doing Passover study, so please continue to understand the flow because it's all going to make sense. All right. It's all going to make sense. So you have here Amos 5:26. You see it here. You guys can read it really quick. You got one that's saying sorry of your gods, and the other one is mentioned Riphan. And then you see in Acts 7:43, it also mentions Riphan. It's spelled differently, obviously, but you see some differences here. Okay. And then I have another one here. Now, this is really, really different. Right. So you see in the Septuagint, it says, "Those who pray for an evil day, who draw near and hold fast to false Sabbaths." That is nowhere in that Masoretic text at all. Nowhere. You wouldn't even think that. So you could think, okay, can it be reconciled? If it can't be, this is probably a lying pen of the scribes area that you should notate. And then you still got to read the whole chapter to understand, okay, what's the context, what's going on here, and why would it be a lying pen of the scribes? So this one right here, this one is wild. Job 42:17. All right. So in the Masoretic, it ends with, so Job died old and full of days, let's just say, right? Verse 17. In the Septuagint, it gives you way more. It says, "And Job died old and full of days." And I know the camps will hate this. And it is written that he will rise again. And with Yahuwah raises up, this man is interpreted from the Syriac book as living in the land of Ausitis, yeah, Ausitis, on the borders of Edomia and goodness gracious, I'm just going to say Edom in Arabia. And previously his name was Jobab. Now he took an Arabian wife and fathered a son whose name was Enon, and he in turn had as father Zer, a son of the sons of Esau, and as mother Basora, so that he was the fifth from Abram. Abram. Interesting. Then more, it says, these are the kings who reigned in Edom, which country he too ruled. First Balak, the son of Beor. Name of his city was Danab, etc., etc., etc. I'm just skipping you guys. Now the friends who came to him were Eliphaz of the sons of Esau, king of the Damanites, Baldad, the tyrant of the Suachites, Sophar, the king of the Mennonites, whatever. So this person in this for this account also says there's no need to wonder who Job is. He was an Edomite king, a descendant of Esau, and was 5 generations from Abraham. What's really cool about this is that it's a beautiful example of someone outside of physical Yasharel being grafted in through faith and obedience. Job followed the ways of Yahuwah, being righteous, and was aware of the covenant promise, while all while being what this person says he believes about 150 to 200 miles away from the Mount Sinai. If he was alive, it was still alive then. He was in covenant like us and knew the covenant promise of the resurrection. So that's one of the scriptures I love to say in the regular canon book of Job, somewhere I think maybe chapter 12. But he says, he's like, I know that wisdom will die with Yasharel, but don't think I have less of any of that. He's like, I know who is, I know the covenants, I got all of that locked in. So he's like, I know what's promised to Yasharel, absolutely, but don't put me aside to think I'm less than any of you guys because I know who Yahuwah is. I'm completely locked in with him, and obviously he had to grow, right? And you could read the testament of Job as well. And he was very blessed at the end of that chapter and things like that. But it's so interesting. It's so interesting that again, you have this missing from the Masoretic, right? So again, study to show yourselves approved. Would this be a lying pen of the scribes type of situation? Or would it be, something that maybe somebody who said that because it mentions a Syriac book that it could have been an addition, whatever it may be. But either way, now you have this in your mind to say, hey, like this can still be reconciled because this is this. And then you got the Testament of Job, Apocrypha. So it's awesome. Then you can get to the New Testament, quote unquote, or New Covenant scriptures and read Romans 9 through 11. And you can see the whole portion about, especially in chapter 11, where Paul literally denounces any type of replacement theology and says, don't forget about Yasharel. Don't think Yahuwah has just put his people to the side, but like those who are grafted in understand what this truly means, right? But it's also important to take this, let's just say from Job, and to see even with Edom, with Esau, especially, right? The things that's pronounced against him, you probably got to relook at that as well, because so many people in this world or in this Torah community will again say who Esau is and say, this and that. You guys know all the hate and this and that, but don't understand fully the details of it. So again, relearn, research, all that good stuff. So going back to the reason why I'm mentioning this Masoretic verse Septuagint and what it has to do with the Passover. All right, get ready for this. Jeremiah, Jeremiah. So in the Masoretic is chapter 31, and the Septuagint is chapter 38. I have it on the screen for the Septuagint, but this is what it reads in the Sefer. This is part of it, what it reads in the Sefer, okay? So essentially, we all know that Yahuwah is going to gather us from the different parts of the earth, etc., at a specific time. Now, the Masoretic text, it mainly points to, let's just say, for example, Zechariah 14, when it talks about the Feast of Tabernacles, right? And now remember, we did talk about earlier that Abraham connected these two feasts of Tabernacles and Passover, essentially, and the Feast of Massah together. And he called them the Feast of Yahuwah. So they are connected as a whole. But understand also that with the Masoretic text, let's just say, or even outside the Masoretic, let's just say more of us would understand that the timing of Yahusha's return would be the Feast of Tabernacles. And we also get that in Jubilees chapter 1, where he said he will tabernacle with us in that specific time when he returns, et cetera, et cetera. So many different combinations and connections. But this is going to be really eye-opening. And I think it's going to be super, super helpful. And I hope it's a blessing. A lot of you guys will be like super, like, I think super elated because it's going to connect so well. But I got some hard things to say as well later. In the Sefer translation or Masoretic text, I will say it says, "Behold, I will bring them from the north country and gather them from the coast of the earth." Uh-oh. Hold on, guys. There's no way I'm about to lose my voice. No way. No, no, no. I rebuke that in the name of Yahushua Mashiach. Gotta drink some water. My goodness. Behold, I will bring them from the north country and gather them from the coast of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, and the woman with child in her that travails with child together. A great company shall return thither. Okay, so you guys see that? A great company shall return thither. Now, let's read from the Septuagint. So I'm obviously going to be reading way more scriptures here. So again, you can read the whole of Jeremiah from the Sefer, but I have to read it from like the verse 1 and Septuagint to whatever, so you guys can really see the flow. Okay. It says, "At that time, saith Yahuwah, I will be a Elohim to the family of Yasharel, and they shall be to me a people. Thus saith Yahuwah, I have found him warm in the wilderness with them that were slain with the sword. Go ye and destroy not Yasharal. Yahuwah appeared to him from afar, saying, I have loved thee with an everlasting love. Therefore have I drawn thee in compassion. For I will build thee, and thou shalt be built, O virgin of Yasharal. Thou shalt yet take thy timbrel and go forth with the party of them that make merry. For ye have planted vineyards on the mountains of Samaria. Plant ye in praise. For it is a day when those that plead on the mountains of Ephraim shall call, saying, Arise ye and go up to Sion, to Yahuwah your Elohim. For thus saith Yahuwah to Yaakov, Rejoice ye and exalt over the head of the nations. Make proclamation and praise ye. Say, Yahuwah has delivered his people, the remnant of Yasharal. Now watch this, you guys. I read the other Sefer translation, or the Masoretic text mainly, and it said what it says. So look, it doesn't mention anything about Passover here. It says, a great company shall return thither. It says in verse 8, Behold, I will bring them from the north and will gather them from the end of the earth to the feast of the Passover. Just stop there. Somebody probably like, bro, what? To the feast of the Passover. And the people shall beget a great multitude, and they shall return hither. They went forth with weeping, and I will bring them back with consolation, causing them to lodge by the channels of waters in a straight way, and they shall not err in it. For I am become a father to Yasharal, and Ephraim is my firstborn. That is Yahusha, y'all. But hey, somebody else may be listening and say, it's not. But that is absolutely Yahusha HaMashiach. But you guys see this for your very eyes. I will gather them from the end of the earth to the feast of the Passover. Yahuwah makes no mistakes. His timing is perfect. And Yahusha is always going to be on time with Abiyah. Let's continue. Hear the words of Yahuwah, ye nations, proclaim them to the isles afar off. Say, he that scattered Yasharal will also gather him and keep him as one that feeds his flock. For Yahuwah has ransomed. He is ransomed Yaakov. So again, this ransom and this redeeming is going to be in the next part. It's very important because it proves that Yahusha is the one. He is the one that's speaking. He's the one that's talking about this specific portion. And it's all in his makeup of redeeming and ransoming, or ransom Yaakov, things like that. It's going to be awesome. But he has rescued him out of the hand of them that were stronger than he, and they shall come and they shall rejoice in the mount of Sion and shall come to the good things of Yahuwah. This is all in Passover, right? Even to the land of corn and wine and fruits and cattle and sheep, and their soul shall be as a fruitful tree, and they shall hunger no more. So this is very key, you guys. Understand the timing of this. Okay, so we're gonna read Second Baruch as well, so you guys can really get the timing. Then shall the virgins rejoice in the assembly of the youth, and the old men shall rejoice, and I will turn their mourning into joy, and I will make them merry. I will expand and cheer with wine the soul of the priests of the sons of Levi, and my people shall be satisfied with my good things. Thus says Yahuwah. So I didn't have this up for screenshot, but do remember during the Passover when Yahusha told the disciples that he was not going to drink that wine specifically with them in that moment, but he would eventually. Very key. Very key. And that was during Passover. So, but you guys will see how this is all how this is gonna pan out. Continue. Therefore, behold, the days come, said Yahuwah, when I will sow the house of Yasharah and the house of Yehuda with the seed of man and the seed of beast. And it shall come to pass that as I watch over them to pull down and to afflict, so will I watch over them to build and to plant, saith Yahuwah. In those days they shall certainly not say, the fathers ate a sour grape and the children's teeth were set on edge. But everyone shall die in his own sin, and the teeth of him that eats the sour grape shall be set on edge. Behold, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that when I will make a new covenant with the house of Yasharal and with the house of Yehuda, not according to the covenant which I made with their fathers in the day when I took hold of their hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. For they abode not in my covenant, and I disregarded them, saith Yahuwah. So again, Yasharal broke that covenant. They broke it. They broke it. Imagine if Yahusha left it broken. Imagine if Abba Yahuwah left it broken and didn't allow anything to be reconciled, to redeem, ransom, etc., to be connected. All of these things were connected ahead of time. It was already held by Yahuwah. That's why his name is so important. That's why Yahusha has his exact name. Yahusha means Yahuwah is salvation, or is the savior, however you want to connect the salvation part. But they have the same name. Yahusha would not be here and operating in any other name than his father's. It's all connected. But he took us by the hand, took our people by the hand, and they broke the covenant. And he disregarded them, says Yahuwah. But he says, this is not the same type of covenant that's going to happen in this specific day. And remember, this is connected to Passover, you guys. Remember, this is connected to the Feast of Passover. This is when it starts. He says, for this is my covenant, which I will make with the house of Yasharal. Isn't that beautiful, you guys? Like, he had a covenant with Yasharal that also, again, in that phase when he took us out of Egypt, that literally had some connection where Yasharal was supposed to be doing something on their end, which is holding a feast unto Yahuwah, taking part of the commands, Torah, etc. They all agreed, right? They all agreed. They said, yes, we would do so. They broke it. Think about how Moshe broke those stones. I mean, you start connecting so much, everything's like these different things start flowing when you get some more connections. But he's going to, in the same time period of Passage, he's like, Yahusha is legit like renewing this covenant and making it brand new, essentially. But he's renewing it for it to not even, it cannot be broken. And we have remnants of this. We have some shadows of this, of things to come already, that's already been happening, because there's prophecy also, like in Joel in different places, that says that Yahuwah has put his covenant into people's hearts. He has put, his word into people's hearts, things of that nature. There's different scripture that proves that. Jubilees 5 talks about the ordained paths and all these different things. So it's all a shadow of things to come. But this specific moment is so important that Yahuwah is establishing. Abba Yahuwah is establishing through Yahusha an unbreakable covenant on the Feast of Passover, which we understand also connects to unleavened bread. But what did Abram call it? He called it the Feast of Yahuwah. So please remember that. This is going to make sense. And it says, after those days, says Yahuwah, I will surely put my laws, my Torah into their mind and write them on their hearts, and I will be to them a God. I thought the Father was already our God. I'm just saying, you guys, like, it's when you think about Yahusha and you understand certain things, and you understand why it says Zechariah 14, it says, then Yahuwah's name will be one. You have to understand Yahusha is one with his father, absolutely, but there are things that have to be done in order for Yahusha to be completely like everything coming to its completeness. You don't think he's looking forward to the eighth day? Yes, he could be with he's with his father, things like that, but that eighth day is like unity, complete unity. So on the seventh day, when his name becomes one, that's the start of, again, like he can now take everything, put under everything under his feet and guide it into that eighth day. He cannot do any of the guiding into the eighth day without everything being under his feet. And that's what the scriptures say. So just making a note of that. But it says that he will be an Elohim to us, and they shall be to me a people. That includes other people that are of other nations as well that have attached to Yahuwah, not just attached to Yasharal. Because if you are of other nations and you're attaching to people that are of Yasharal that's doing wickedness and unrighteousness, you are doing it wrong. Don't worry about all that pride and all that trash that they're trying to preach in some of these camps. If you attach to Yahuwah and you want to attach to his people that are living in righteousness, absolutely. Job did the same thing. But again, Job knew things and understood and walked in Yahuwah's covenant. Don't let it depend on people of Yasharal to tell you what this and that is. You still have an ability to lock in and read and etc. But the people do matter, obviously, right? Verse 34, and they shall not all teach every one of his fellow citizen and every one his brother, saying, Know Yahuwah, for all shall know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, for I will be merciful to their iniquities, and their sins I will remember no more. So the brothers, the OG group, we just read about this, clemency and mercy. We just talked about this yesterday in Sirach. Absolutely beautiful, you guys. Absolutely. So I was connected to Passover. But I do want to read this as well. This is also in the Septuagint of Charles Thompson. I don't know if it's in the same Septuagint like these that I pulled from. I think this was Brenton's. I'll have to check. But this is a passage in Deuteronomy that talks about Passover as well. But look, it says, observe the month of new things. So instead of it, if he's saying Abib, he says the month of new things, and keep the Passover to Yahuwah, because in the month of new things, thou didst come out of the land of Egypt by night. So really quick, the month of new things, right? Did not Yahuwah say, this is not going to be according to the covenant which I made with your fathers in a day? And I'm actually going to read later down the line something in Isaiah where he says, literally, do not remember the former things, essentially. Not saying that we're not supposed to just read it and remember what happened, but he's saying don't let that just lock into your heart. You need to have what's coming that's new. He says, I'm making things new. I'm bringing something new. That's what you should be hoping for, as Second Baruch talks about. The hope of the covenant, the things that are coming, et cetera, et cetera. So this is why it says this is going to be a whole new covenant, and it's going to be unbreakable. So as it says here, it's the month of new things. And then here, remember we talked about the day and the night thing, right? So it says, in the month of new things, thou didst come out of the land of Egypt by night. In the Passover, thou shalt sacrifice to Yahuwah, your Elohim, sheep and kine in the place. So now look, it says, in the place which Yahuwah shall choose for his name to be there invoked. At it, thou shalt not eat leaven. 7 days at it, thou shalt eat unleavened bread and the bread of affliction, because you came in haste out of Egypt, that you may remember the day of your coming out of the land of Egypt all the days of your life. No leaven shall be seen in all thy borders for 7 days, and none of the flesh of that which you shall sacrifice on the evening of the first day shall be left till the morning. Thou shalt not be at liberty to keep the Passover in any of the cities which Yahuwah, your Elohim, giveth thee, but only in the place which Yahuwah, your Elohim, shall choose for his name to be there invoked. So again, I've mentioned this before. This is in Jubilees chapter 49. It says the exact same thing. But again, am I just going to sit here and tell you guys do not celebrate your feast, whatever it may be? That's not my point. It's not my point. Do what you feel like you should do specifically. But for my household, let's just say we acknowledge the feast. We acknowledge the feast. We acknowledge what's going on in here. But to sit here and tell you that we know everything about the feast and everything about these things, and et cetera, as much as even some of you guys are learning even today, things that you may not have known, that is what we spend time doing, especially in connecting and praying and asking for mercy if we're doing things wrong, but essentially trying to get closer to Yahuwah in the best way possible. We don't have a lamb to go get and go butcher or whatever it may be. Some people do. Some people go get it from the store, whatever it may be. But according to the customs, nobody does it completely perfectly. No one. And then we get to this part, we see this scripture here, then it really starts getting interesting, because you got people that will sit there and say, oh, well, I'm gonna turn a blind eye to that because I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. It's just there, but I don't know what it means. They read it again, they're like, oh, I don't know what that means. And then you get to Isaiah chapter 1, and you see Yahusha's like, Yahusha is like, your new moons, your Shabbats, all these things are oddious to my soul. I get weary of carrying this burden because you guys think you're doing it right, but it's the heart behind people who think they're doing it perfect. You got people shunning people that's doing Shabbats on Saturdays. You got people that's shunning people that do Shabbats on Sundays, Wednesdays, whatever it may be, talking trash, talking whatever. But then some people don't talk trash. They try to be nice about it, but still got something in their heart about it. All these divisions, all these little different things. But it's like people look over and turn a blind eye to these portions. Then you read in the Epistle of Barnabas, it says literally, if you think you can keep the Shabbat perfect, you are already at mistake. You're mistaken. But what does it mean truly about Shabbat? Even if you try to keep it, it's nothing wrong with you trying to observe it, do the best that you can, but remember what it's tied to. What is the covenant? Do you truly understand the covenant? In every Shabbat, do you truly keep this stuff in your heart to know what it's really about? Most people see it as a day off. Do you understand that we cannot keep it perfectly just yet? And the man, the scribe of righteous, the scribe of righteousness, the righteous scribe, Shinnach himself said it would be held, we would be able to observe Shabbat perfectly in peace in this time that is talked about in Yirmiyahu, in the time that's coming. So what's so hard about accepting these scriptures? Why is it so hard for people? It's because it's pride. It's the same stuff that I would say Yasharal. In First Baruch that it talks about, they didn't want to dwell with wisdom, because wisdom dwells with fear first. And you will continue to see that there are so many people without fear in this walk. And you cannot expect to come unto Yahuwah and grow in him and actually even receive his mercy and clemency without fear. It makes zero sense. And that also includes how you go about the feast days. You cannot go into these feast days observing any of this stuff without fear and knowing how short we are, or how many shortcomings we truly have. And we have to be guided into the presence of Abiyah. And these people really think that they're going to get to Abiyah, to the Father, without Yahusha. It makes no sense. Then you get to Yahusha, and people still think it's just entitlement, just to come unto him and think that you can just present yourself unto him who's holy, who holds his father's name. It doesn't make sense, you guys. It's like it's a lot of stuff missing. The heart effort behind it is missing. The fear is missing. So when people read this stuff and they see Yahuwah's name, like, why? Well, what is the problem? What's the problem? It's an issue, it's a heart issue. He's sitting there telling us he has a place that he wants his name to be invoked, because the place that he has, as it says in Jubilees, he has 4 places. Yahusha ascends and descends often, but he does not want to be sitting there wanting his name to be profane in all these places that are unclean. He has a place that is clean, and that also, obviously, when he sets his feet on Mount Sion, on the Mount of Olives, in that Feast of Tabernacles day, as Zechariah 14 says, he would have sanctified the earth. He's going to burn it first, purify it, then he's going to sanctify it completely. Completely. And that's why his name will be one, because there's no one that's going to be able to defile the name of Yahuwah. Right now, we got so many people defiling the name of Yahuwah. You got people saying Yahawashi, Yahweh, and then you say Yehovah, or whatever the case is, and Yahweh, whatever it may be. They got people saying Yahuwah is pagan, and all of this. Yah is pagan, and this, and whatever the case is. Then you got people saying Haya, changing it to verbs, and Yasha, and all this stuff people are doing in cults and groups, and all this profaning of his name. And Yahusha has had to carry all that burden, because it didn't just start here. It didn't just start in these times. It has been like this for years. As soon as we say something out of our mouth that is froward, you don't think that profanes the name of Yahuwah because we were made in his name? That's how this works. But we didn't know. We didn't know. So when you get down to the feast days and you see why he's saying what he's saying about observing them, it makes all the sense. And it's nothing to be sad about. Only to be sad. I mean, actually, it is something to be sad about, because our people sin. Even if you're of the other nations, your people sin too. Think about how much you guys also of other nations, and the kings that you've had, the people that have literally not been Job, have led you guys astray to essentially almost keep people in total darkness to where they wouldn't even be able to receive any of this. But Yahuwah had some plan to bring people of other nations throughout time to his word. So then you get back to Yasharal, it's the same thing in a sense of, again, calling, many are called, few are chosen. Many are called, few are chosen. So that also means, again, we should be sad we're in the land of our captivity, but we should be even more anticipating and preparing to leave. Because what did Yahusha do? What did Abba Yahuwah do through Yahusha, or even in himself, taking Yasharal out during Passover? During Passover, we just read he gathers people from the other nations, from all corners of the earth during Passover. So people out here really think they're keeping it perfectly. They think they got so much security in themselves. Oh, I know the luminaries. I know how this works. Blah, 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 blah. Yet you're not looking forward to who is to come, who will do it perfectly. Your heart's not set on that enough. Oh, well, it kind of is. No, either you're in fully or you out. It doesn't work like that, because Yahuwah is reading hearts every single moment. So absolutely, when you read this stuff and you see that Yahuwah says it's in his land where it will be done perfectly, and that he essentially is asking us that the Passover be done in the land, it is okay. You don't have to feel some type of way. But again, what can we do in the meantime? Yeah, rehearse them, cool. Rehearse the righteous acts, cool. But are you really learning? Where's your heart at every feast day? Are you sitting there going to think that you are more worthy, that you're getting up the Passover lamb and you're burning this and burning that, eating the living bread over a person that's sitting there not even doing any of that, but learning and getting closer to Yahuwah? You really think you are the one that should be blessed more than that person? That's not how that works either. Just some things to think about. So to finish this out, it says, "Thou shalt kill the Passover in the evening at the setting of the sun in the season. Thou didst come out of Egypt." So you guys see that again, the setting of the sun. And it says, "And when thou hast cooked and roasted and eaten it in the place which Yahuwah thy Elohim hath chosen in the morning, thou mayest return and go home. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day shall be the exod." So that's really cool. In the morning thou mayest return and go home. So again, you see that there would have been a festival, they would have been feasting that night and then returning home in the morning. And that's exactly why, you wouldn't go work as well. Imagine feasting and having fun and enjoying, and then you returning home to get ready for work that day. Like that, like in the morning, in the daytime when the sun is out, that would be horrible. um, but this is really cool. It says, "The seventh day shall be the exod," which is really interesting, and it's calling it a festival to Yahuwah. The exod. It's very interesting. "On it thou shalt not do any work but what is necessary for life." Man. So to continue, guys, Passover and Tabernacles very connected, right? So watch this flow. All right. You guys make sure you pull out Second Baruch, the Sefer translation. We can read it from the Sefer. There's nothing wrong with that. But in between Passover and Tabernacles, I didn't put the exact number, so I don't raise any concern and issues. But it's about 170 days to 188 days. Okay. So between Passover and Feast of Tabernacles, this is the amount of time. So now we're getting into the understanding of the timing, right? So we see that there's a point where Passover is happening in Yahusha or Yahusha or Ab Yahuwah. They are gathering the people from the four corners essentially, right? So now we got to understand, okay, the consummation of time and the time, different things that's been mentioned in Daniel, blah, blah, blah. How do we, reconcile? How do we connect these different things? Okay. So we're going to go to Second Baruch, chapter 22. All right. So I'm going to read through this pretty quick, as quickly as I can, because we still got some more stuff to go through. And we already 2 hours, 43, 41. It doesn't matter. It still got some stuff to hit. So like I said, you gotta go. It's all good. So so remember, you guys, timing. Pasash, he said he's gonna gather us during Passover, right? So now it says in chapter 22, it says, "And it came to pass after these things that lo, the heavens were opened, and I saw the power was given to me, and a voice was heard from on high, and it said unto me, Baruch, Baruch, why are you troubled? He who travels by a road, but does not complete it, or who departs by sea, but does not arrive at the port, can he be comforted? Or he who promises to give a present to another, but does not fulfill it, is it not robbery? Or he who sows the earth, but does not reap its fruit in its season, does he not lose everything? Or he who plants a plant, unless it grows till the time suitable to it, does he who planted it expect to receive fruit from it? Or a woman who has conceived, if she brings forth untimely, does she not assuredly slay her infant? Or he who builds a house, if he does not roof it and complete it, can it be called a house? Tell me that first. Man, yeah, I love how Yahuwah speaks. Chapter 23, it says, "And I answered and said, Not so, O Yahuwah, my Adonai. And he answered and said unto me, Why therefore are you troubled about that which you know not? And why are you ill at ease about things which you are ignorant? For as You have not forgotten the people who now are and those who have passed away. So I remember those who are appointed to come. So let me read this. Let me read the next verse. Because when Adam sinned and death was decreed against those who should be born, then the multitude of those who should be born was numbered. For that number, a place was prepared where the living might dwell and the dead might be guarded. I will say this really quick. I kid y'all not. I have a fourth. I mean, some of you guys already know I have a fourth child on the way, due in the summer, and the amount of people that I've heard literally tell me that I need to get snipped is crazy. The amount of people that have made it uncomfortable for my wife also being like, "Hey, you carrying again?" and blah 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 blah. The amount of comments is wild because, just as his brother just said, be fruitful. Many people don't tie themselves to what Yahuwah has spoken in his word, and they don't even understand. Also, my wife's womb was closed before our firstborn. He opened my wife's womb, just like Hannah, and allowed her to conceive. So no matter what, how many children or whatever, as you see in the scripture in the second Baruch, everybody's numbered. He knows who is supposed to be here and who's not. So that's another reason why people who get snipped, let's just say, and then the woman end up getting pregnant still, they're like, how did it happen? What? It wasn't supposed to happen like that. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's people who even got their tubes tied that still end up getting pregnant somehow. Yahuwah's will be done, right? So this time around, this pregnancy, we've been really quiet. There's a lot of people who don't know in our family also. They're really quiet because we don't need none of that. We locked into Yahuwah. Yahuwah has allowed us to have this forth. It was very difficult in the beginning, trying to just get our mind around it, all that good stuff. But that was the enemy trying to come at us in different ways. But Yahuwah's will be done. Of course, I want my wife to rest and all these different things like that. But I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of conversation. You got the whole idea of birth control. I mean, think about that. I seek Yahuwah and say, Yahuwah, when will you allow a woman to not conceive anymore? And I really believe that's, if he chooses to close the womb of a woman, that's when it stops. Now we do it on our own end, and I mean, it's not. I mean, it's just how it is. It's just this world. We just make these decisions because it's available, and you already know this is just because of how it is. But like again, when it comes down to faith, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just mentioning this, you guys. When it comes down to faith, I think a couple can have the most faith in Yahuwah and show it even more so when you don't use birth control and you lean on him, and if it's for you, if it's for a woman to conceive, it's for a woman to conceive. You have literally scripture that talks about somebody being killed for spilling seed, and obviously it was a specific situation. But again, just being real, you know, like spilling seed and then all that stuff. It's just, man, it's just how much faith can you truly have as a couple to say, y'all, if it's your will, sure will, but not have no restraints and just love each other. Be in Yahuwah and represent your marriage for Yahuwah in complete faith. That's what my wife and I do. She will never be back on birth control, any of that stuff like that. But I do believe if he wants her not to conceive, and of course we pray about it. We just pray about it. Seek it. I'm like, y'all, my wife, she needs some rest, Can I get a couple of years, whatever? I don't know. But then you say no, it's like, oh, snaps. Well, I don't know. It's just, it's just something to think about. But this wasn't a problem back then. It's a problem in different places in this world. You get more than 3 kids, people looking at you crazy. But I'm happy I'm in a state that people don't look at you wild. But I mean, still, like I told you, I'm still getting comments either way. Not a lot, but I got enough. But as always, you should get snipped. And, I'm like, y'all crazy. It's just wild. But I'm just mentioning that because we just literally passed by Second Baruch, and it says that people are numbered. Yeah, I heard that before too, Derek. Starting lineup, football team. I'll take that. I'll take that. um, so let's continue. Oh wait, my womb was closed. So Sister Sarah, my womb was closed after three. Then he opened it again in his mercy to bless me with three more. See, like that, these are conversations we gotta have. I'm like, how? Like, how do you know the womb is closed? And obviously you could feel it or it just doesn't happen. But that's the cool thing about it. It's just, I know there's a timing of, the whole ovulation and all that stuff. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing when you can just go the natural route of Yahuwah working in our lives, and again, asking him to be involved in all our ways. Um, Sarah said, and they told her she was no longer fertile. Joke is on them. Oh my God, hallelujah for that. Yeah, Sister Sarah has six, and they are thriving. All right, so I gotta move on, y'all. Second Baruch. So let's go back to 23. So it says, verse 5, it says, before, therefore, the number aforesaid is fulfilled, the creature will not live again, for my Ruach is the creator of life, and she'll receive the dead. And again, it is given to you to hear what things are to come after these times. For truly my redemption has drawn, nigh, and is not far distant as aforetime. See Yahusha speaking. Either Yahusha speaking or the Father. But it's interesting. It's going to mention Mashiach, Yahusha. But it says, verse 1, for behold, the days come and the Sephirim shall be opened, in which are written the sins of all those who have sinned. And again, also the treasuries in which the righteousness of all of those who have been righteous in creation is gathered. Okay, so you see it right there, it's gathered. So again, we're talking about the timing of the Passover, the gathering of the nations, of his people, etc. Right? So we're trying to figure out this timing. It says, for it shall come to pass at that time that you shall see, and the many that are with you, the long suffering of Yahuwah, which has been throughout all generations, who has been long suffering towards all who are born, alike those who sin and those who are righteous. And I answered and said, but behold, O Yahuwah, no one knows the number of those things which have passed, nor yet of those things which are to come. For I know indeed that which has befallen us, but what will happen to our enemies I know not. And when will you visit your works? And he answered and said unto me, you too shall be preserved till that time, till that sign which Yahuwah will work for the inhabitants of the earth in the end of days. This therefore shall be the sign, when a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth, and they shall fall into many tribulations, and again when they shall fall into great torments. And it will come to pass, when they say in their thoughts, by reason of their much tribulation, Yahuwah no longer remembers the earth, yeah. It will come to pass when they abandon hope, that the time will then awake. So you guys see, this is a specific time. Things going to be going wild. Something's going to trigger it. And then Bruce says, I answered and said, will that tribulation, which is to be continue a long time, and will that necessity embrace many years? 27, it says, and he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided, and each of them is reserved for that which is appointed for it. In the first part, there will be beginning of commotions. In the second part, there should be many slayings of the great ones. In the third part, the fall of the many by death. In the fourth part, the sending of the sword. In the fifth part, famine and the withholding of rain. In the sixth part, earthquakes and terrors, wanting. In the eighth part, a multitude of specters and attacks of the Chedim, a lot of demons. In the ninth part, the fall of fire. In the 10th part, rapine and much oppression. In the 11th part, wickedness and chastity. In the 12th part, confusion from the mingling together of all these things aforesaid. For these parts of that time are reserved and shall be mingled with one another, and ministered one to another. For some shall leave out some of their own, and receive in its seed from others, and some complete their own in that of others, and so that those may understand who are upon the earth in those days that this is the consummation of the times. Okay, it's the consummation of the times. Nevertheless, whoever understands shall then be wise, for the measure and reckoning of that time are 2 parts a week of 7 weeks. He noted that. And I answered and said, it is good for a man to come and behold, but it is better that he should not come lest he fall. And I will say this also. Will he who is incorruptible despise those things which are corruptible, and whatsoever befalls in the case of those things which are corruptible, so that he might look on to those things which are not corruptible? But if, O Yahuwah, those things shall assuredly come to pass which you have foretold me, so do you show this also unto me, if indeed I have found grace in your sight. Is it in one place or in one of the parts of the earth that those things are to come to pass, or will the whole earth experience them? And he answered and said unto me, whatsoever will then befall will befall the whole earth. Therefore, all who live will experience them. For now, this is the key, you guys. So this is the key. So there's supposed to be this moment where a stupor comes up, people are tripping out. I think I've shared maybe a dream that my wife has had. I had this a couple of times, but in this last moment, last dream that she had, we were just sitting there and the something had appeared in the sky. Essentially, it was a seraphim, the books, etc. But she was saying I was the only one who knew exactly what it was, and everybody around us was just going like tripping out. And I told her like, okay, this is like we need to prepare. We need to go move over here. But she said that Yahusha specifically told her that he said that I want people to be excited for my return. He said I want people to be joyous for my return. And so, as beautiful as that is, you guys, like to know again what we read about the feast of Yahuwah, Abraham called it, and how joyous he was, how elated in his heart he was, and to see again in Yirmiyahu, chapter 38, Septuagint talks about that he would gather his people there at Passover, and then see also in Deuteronomy in Charles Thompson's translation, it says this is literally the month of new things, and then to understand in Isaiah chapter 42, 43 talks about he's going to do a new thing. It's a whole new covenant, unbreakable. We want error. It's the start of this. So again, as we read Second Baruch, we see that moment, the stupor, people going, tripping out. It is the consummation of times. Things are going to be happening, right? So then Baruch is asking for timing. And he's like, Yahuwah says, verse 2, for at that time I will protect only those who are found in those self same days in this specific land. It shall come to pass when all is accomplished that was to come to pass in those parts that Hamashiach shall then begin to be revealed. So I believe since it's speaking the way it's speaking like this is the Father speaking to Baruch. Now, this is the key, you guys. You guys understand how Passover, right? We saw that with Abraham, it was a ram of ordination, right? It was a sending smoke offering. But again, there was matzah still involved, and they were feasting, right? Feasting for those 7 days. Now, again, we talk about the Passover, Yahuwah bringing his people into from the four corners, things of that nature, and it would essentially be in his land, right? It would be in a portion of his land, and he's saying that he's going to protect only those that are found in essentially his land. And because all of the things that we just read in the prior chapter is going to happen against the sinners. So it's not the whole Christian part, tribulation, great tribulation, rapture, none of that. It's saying that essentially we're going to go through some stuff, but at a certain point, when Passover hits, that's when he gathers those who are still alive, essentially, on earth and takes them to that land to protect them from the things that's getting ready to happen on this earth. Right. And so with Passover, again, you eat a passage, right? You let's just say, talks about eating a passage, unleavened bread. It's a feast. So now you see here in verse 4, the Behemoth shall be revealed from his place, and Leviathan shall be ascend from the sea. Those two great monsters which I created on the fifth day of creation and shall have kept until that time, and then they shall be for food for all that are left. So it makes sense, right? This is essentially, quote unquote, the Passover. It's a passage. This is, you can't even call it that. This is a consummation meal. This is the Passover meal for the consummation of times. This is what we will be eating for those who will be there. And it says, the earth also shall yield its fruit 10,000 fold, and on each vine thereof shall be 1,000 branches, and each branch shall produce 1,000 clusters. Each cluster produce 1,000 grapes, and each grape produce a quart of wine. And those who have hungered shall rejoice. Moreover, also they shall behold marvels every day. Okay, so let's stop at verse 6 here. Those who have hungered, let's go back to on the screen here. In Yirmiyahu chapter 38, we see here this has to do everything with, again, the timing of the Passover. And he's gathering his sons, his daughters, etc. And it says there before verse 13, he says, they shall hunger no more. He is going to turn their mourning into joy and make them merry. People will be satisfied with all the good things. You see that? The seed of the man and the seed of the beast. So if you read Isaiah chapter 11 as well, you also see in that same chapter, talks about Yahusha essentially already, but it says in that same chapter that the lamb, I think this is the one, the lamb will be with the child, or the lion or something like that. But you can literally tell that that's also connected there, because that's the only time frame that it would be, that setting would even be in, is these specific times in these days. It says, it will come to pass that as I watch over them to pull down to afflict, I will watch over them to build and to plant, and saith Yahuwah. So he's watching over this flock that he literally gathers during Passover. And as it says in verse 3 of 2nd Baruch 29, it says that Hamashiach is starting to be revealed. So all these things are happening in this world that's going crazy. And it's a revealing. It's a again, he, like, everything is progress. It's living. It's a process. It's a beautiful process. So in the beginning of his process of Yahusha returning, this is what's happening. So going back to 2nd Baruch 29, those who have hunger shall rejoice. So again, obviously it shows you we would have gone through some type of tribulation in some type of way. Maybe obviously some famine is going to happen, things of that nature. We may be, a lot of us may be hungry, etc. So those who have hunger shall rejoice, and they will behold marvels every day. For winds shall go forth from before me to bring every morning the fragrance of aromatic fruits, and at the close of the day clouds distilling the dew of health. And it shall come to pass at that self same time that the treasury of manna shall again descend from on high, and they will eat of it in those years, because these are they who have come to the consummation of time. Fire. And then chapter 30. It shall come to pass after these things, when the time of the advent of Hamashiach is fulfilled, that he shall return in glory. So you guys, remember, we read in Jubilees chapter 16 earlier, right? Read in Jubilees chapter 16 earlier. And we saw Abraham celebrating the Feast of Sukkot, and he called it the Feast of Yahuwah. We see in chapter 18 of Jubilees that he calls the Feast of essentially Passover and unleavened bread Feast of Yahuwah as well. 7th month connects directly to the 1st month. You see that Yahushua is gathering his people in the 1st month. Then it says in 2nd Baruch, right? All these things are happening to his people during that 1st month, but it's a process. So over time, you see the progress of time. Remember, I told you guys it's about 170 to 188 days in between the 1st month, Passover, to Feast of Tabernacles. So essentially, that's how much time would be spent for those people who make it to that specific time, the consummation of times. That's how long you're going to be in that specific moment, in that specific place. I had one dream about that, and it's such a peaceful environment. Children, like, nobody's worrying. It's so peaceful. So the days are going to feel like so many years. I mean, it's not going to feel the same like a regular day, because we're like, it's like he's like gathering us to a Garden of Eden essentially again. but he's looking over us. So I mean, it's so beautiful. I mean, how like that would be enough to push through tribulation, to hang on those things, and that's how you're supposed to hang on that every Shabbat. Reflect on these things every Shabbat, essentially. But the time where he is coming and returning in glory, Second Baruch 30, is the seventh month, as it says in in Zechariah 14, the seventh month, because the first feast that happens after he sets his foot on the throne, and he's already going to destroy everybody ahead of time. And destroy the nations and things like that who's coming against him right before he gets on the throne. He sits on it, and essentially, the Feast of Tabernacles starts right then and there, as it says in Zechariah 14. That's the first feast we would be celebrating, essentially, when he sits as king. So then you see in verse 2, Second Baruch 30, then all who have fallen asleep in hope of him shall rise again, and it shall come to pass at that time that the treasuries will be open, in which is preserved the number of the souls of the righteous, and they shall come forth, and a multitude of souls shall be seen together in one assemblage of one thought, and the first shall rejoice, and the last shall not be grieved. For they know that the time has come, of which is said that it is the consummation of time. Consummation of the times. But the souls of the wicked, when they behold all these things, shall then waste away the more, for they shall know that their torment has come, and the perdition has arrived. Yeah. Yep. That fire, yo. Um, so in chapter 59 of Shinnach, okay, so he opens the verse, opens that chapter with the line, and he says that he had this specific dream. All right. So go to Shinnach 59, which go read the Sefer translation for this one. It says in verse 1, in the 500th year and in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month of the lifetime of Shinnach, in that parable, I saw the heavens, heaven of heavens shook, that it shook violently, and the powers of Yahuwah and the angels, thousands and thousands and myriads, were agitated with great agitation. And when I looked, the Ancient of Days was sitting on the throne of his glory, while the angels and the Kodashim were standing around him. And great trembling came upon me, and terror seized me. My loins were bowed down, and I loosened. My mind was dissolved, and I fell upon my face. The holy Michael, another holy angel, one of the holy ones, was sent, who raised me up. And when he raised me up, my ruach returned, and I was incapable of enduring the vision of violence, its agitation, and the concussion of heaven. Then holy Michael said to me, why are you disturbed at this vision? Hitherto has existed the day of mercy, and he has been merciful and long-suffering towards all who dwell upon the earth. But when the time shall come, then the power, the punishment, and the judgment which Yahuwah Sabaoth has prepared for those who prostrate themselves to the judgment of righteousness, for those who abjure that judgment, for those who bring his name to naught. The name is a salvation issue, guys. That's another time, for another time. But again, you guys saw for yourself in Deuteronomy, in that Septuagint translation, people have brought his name to naught, essentially. He wants his name not to be brought to naught. And that's exactly why he says, as king, his name will be one in his land that he has put his name on. It all connects. Verse 6, that day has been prepared for the elect as a covenant, and for sinners as an inquisition. So get this, he gathers his people from all the corners of the earth, essentially for Passover. We saw in Yirmiyahu in the Septuagint that he's literally going to renew the covenant, and this one cannot be broken, right? And so there is already a covenant and a day plan within that, even that covenant, that is already prepared for his elect. So you go from Passover, then you flow all the way to Tabernacles. And he's already promised that he would tabernacle with his people. he prepares these covenants, he prepares these things, these promises, and all these different things like to perfection, to perfection. So the covenant that he establishes essentially on that Passover portion, do remember that in Second Baruch, it also talks about how the people that are dead essentially will be, he has to rise them again, especially the righteous ones, because that also applies to them as well. So the covenant doesn't just get renewed and get established with the people that are, at that consummation meal during that Passover time, and they're in that, they're in that space eating the Behemoth and the Leviathan. It don't just stay with them, obviously, right? So he brings it into full circle at a certain moment in time as it gets to that seventh month and essentially that 14th day. And everything just flows. So it's just a beautiful process. Basically, is what I'm trying to show you guys. Back to verse 6, part B. It says, "For sinners as an act of inquisition." And then now we get verification. Okay. Um. Actually, this part, I'm sorry. This part, I think I may have messed up also. But this is how I saw it as well. So yeah, I'm sorry. I messed that up, you guys. I'm sorry. I messed that completely up. I was supposed to tell you guys that even though he had this specific dream on the seventh month and the 14th day, it didn't mean that all of this stuff specifically happens on that seventh month, 14th day. That's what I meant to tell you guys. I'm sorry. So scratch a little bit of that stuff. They're still obviously related with Passover and the Feast of Tabernacles, right? But I believe here, with the better understanding of what we see with Passover and the timing of him gathering his elect, I think Shinnok was seeing a combination of things that would happen in that first month and then also would proceed in the seventh month, because you still have to balance out the scriptures that talk about the seventh month and then the first month, if you guys get what I'm saying. And the reason why is because also, again, I think maybe some of the translators may have translated certain things in a certain way, especially with the Sefer, and then you see other translations, it kind of breaks it down a little bit different. So you just kind of have to look at it. But I think it was like a combination of the two. And it would make sense because they're really connected. We already see that. But when you look at verse 7, it says, "In that day shall be distributed for food 2 monsters, a female monster whose name is Leviathan, dwelling in the depths of the sea above the springs of waters, and a male monster whose name is Behemoth, which possesses on his breast the invisible wilderness." Okay, so it's saying specifically on that day, right? That has the covenant connected to it, that is prepared as a for the elect as a covenant and for the sinners as an inclination. We know that the Passover already has that connected to it. But I think there's another timing again with that seventh month when he returns, because when he returns, the portion where he's destroying the sinners and then he sits down, like it's a timing issue. I mean, not a timing issue. It's a timing that goes with it. I think the days again will speed up a lot more in the earthly time versus where people are actually protecting the land and eating the consummation meal. All of that, I think it will probably speed up. But I want you guys to also note in the Daniel chapter 12, it does mention a certain amount of days as well. So it says, blessed, it says something about the 1235 days. And it says, blessed are those who get to the 1335 days. So it's a 45-day difference. Obviously, 45-day difference versus how much time Passover and Tabernacles have in between each other. What, like I said, the 170 to 188 days. Obviously, there's different numbers, but I think somewhere in there, in between that time, you're putting all of these different things that's happening. And there's a covenant here. There's people experiencing this, the consummation meal here. And then you have the specific advent of Yahuwah when he actually returns specifically. So you're putting all these details in between that. And I think with Shinnok's dream specifically, all of that was connected. Because you guys have been in dreams before as well. Like, something will happen right then. And then all of a sudden, like, you'll be in a whole new phase in the next spot. Or like the timing of it doesn't make sense. but it'll seem like maybe it was a long dream. But from the time that you actually also slept till when you wake up, it could be like 5 minutes or it could be 15 minutes, but it felt like you were in there for days. Something like that, you guys. So I'm just trying to reconcile some of this text a little bit. Because it has to do with punishment, it has to do with judgment, it has to do with all these different things. And as we saw in Second Baruch, there is a timing of it. There's a phase. The judgment doesn't happen right at the Passover moment where he gathers his elect. That doesn't happen right then and there. You have to have the strong. You have to have the mingling of the the things that are the plagues that are happening to the world. The bowls of wrath also Revelation. You'll see that too. So you already passed up the seals, so you see the bowls of wrath that's coming out onto the people. The stuff that's happening to the sun and the moon. The man of lawlessness is obviously going to be within that, trying to do certain stuff. So it's all connected in that timing. But now at least I think what most of you guys are able to do now is kind of again time it between Passover and Tabernacles. Just time it between that specific year where all this stuff starts coming into play. Anything before that, we will be going through a tribulation. Now, essentially, it says that I guess it's either times and a half, maybe 3.5 years. That would be something to also establish and discuss the timing of tribulation, or how much time it would be in tribulation. But I would assume that would make sense too. About 3.5 years. Because Yahuwah also says that if he doesn't shorten up the time as well, there would be no flesh alive because it's that much iniquity. So I really believe that within Passover to Tabernacles, during that specific year, that those 100 and something days is going to feel like a 45 days, I guess, to the world, maybe, something like that, you guys. So just note all these different things. Some of you guys want to talk about it on the outside, we can, but I can't spend super my time cutting up all those details. They would take even more hours. But I think some of you guys are starting to kind of piece certain things together, and it kind of helps, at least with the timing. Hopefully. But if not, just come back to this study, listen to it again, or do your own studies, of course. But essentially, what we are seeing is the 7th day to the 8th day. All right, Yahusha, he sits down fully. It's the 7th day to the 8th day. But even still, you have 7 days of feasting within Passover / unleavened bread. You have 7 days of feasting with the Feast of Sukkot. I mean, the 7 is obviously there. Shivas at 7, very important. So you can't get to the 8th day without the 7th. Okay, so that's essentially even the main connection here, especially with Shinnach also having that dream, in the 7th month and the 14th day. It's like kind of like double sevens in a sense. And so again, double sevens, you got the Feast of Tabernacles, Feast of Passover. It's kind of, start seeing these little patterns out there. So just something for those who would want to kind of look into it, just take some note. Okay, so this is the last part of it. We transition. Okay, so we got all those details. Now the insight is more keen now on like really focusing what you can really take away from this, being a hearer of his word, but also being a doer. So with the first Passover, observation is you had to be ready to leave Egypt or you was left behind. Right. So essentially everybody, it was said that people, of Yasharal left, right? And there was also other people from other nations that left with them. Observation number 2 is not everyone was completely locked in and left Egypt behind. The reason why we know this is because I'm going to skip to the principal evidence, the 40 years versus the 11 days. So what happened when they finally get to the land? They send the people out, right? Including Yahusha, the son of Nun, and Caleb. They send a good amount of people into the land to go scope it out. They come back and say, it's exactly the way Yahuwah said it was. It is. but there are some giants looking people in the land. And Caleb is like, bro, so what? I'm telling y'all, we're telling y'all this, but it doesn't matter. We're going in there and we're going to take exactly what Yahuwah said we're going to take, because he already said it is ours. He said what he said in his covenant. Nothing to fear. Let's go. You have people that legit said, no, we're afraid. We're not going to lean on Yahuwah's words. Get this. We're not going to pass over into this land. We're not going to pass over into this land. We don't want to pass over into this land. We want to go back to where we're held in captivity. We want to go get comfortable. Even though it was a little messed up there, we rather not pass over into the next step that he's bringing us into, even though there's a little tribulation that's going to come with it. But either way, a little war that comes with it. But either way, he said that he's going to still take us through that. We won't fail. He won't fail us. We won't lose a battle. Right? Even though he said all that, we're not ready to pass over yet. Now, go back to, you had to be ready to leave Egypt or you was left behind. And now fast forward to what's coming for the Passover as well, when he collects his people. And then also think about how with the Passover, rules, how if you're not ready specifically to do Passover in the first month, that you can actually do it in the second month. But even it gets specific there too. It's not just for people who say, oh, like they missed it ignorantly. It's for people who was actually like unclean. They were just not ready, in that regard, to be clean to go into Passover. So then they were able to do it in the second month. But even with that being said, it still wasn't going to be the same. It was going to they're going to actually be a little sad about it. It says something about mourning or something like that. MOURNING. Or they was gonna eat their the Passover meal and the unleavened bread and all that, like in bitterness a little bit. I believe that's what it says, somewhere in Numbers 20 something, I think. So you see, even in the second month, when doing it, not in the time appointed, it wasn't going to be the same. But Yahuwah allows mercy, right? Clemency. He allows some grace there. But when it comes down to these specific timings of how he takes people out, and also, again, everything is timed perfectly, right? So some of these people that was Yasharah, going back to observation number 2, even though they left Egypt, not all of them were actually locked in to know that they were leaving Egypt behind, and that you had to leave Egypt behind in order to pass over into his land. We see that because, let's just say, for example, in the principle, the instructions was for the blood of the lamb on your door, right? There's a difference between obedience and faith versus blind obedience. Great example. Again, go back to the community. And some of you guys may have also experienced this and maybe still experiencing this. And this is where some of the hard statements are going to come out. And if you don't like me anymore, I don't care. It's all good. As long as you get what you need to get in order to grow. Some of you guys and a lot of people in this community, you leave Christianity, you go straight into feast days, blind obedience. You don't know really what you're doing. You go follow a person that tells you, hey, this is a good calendar. This is a good way to do this. This is the shofar you should get. Not singling out that specific person, but it's many people who have done that over the course of time, leaders that have come out and said, this is the way to do it specifically and follow me. But for you guys specifically that I'm talking to that know exactly how this has worked, specifically on you guys' end, I'm using that as an example. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Itching ears. Follow blindly. Just because everything looked good, everything felt good, you want to promote all of that on Instagram and make everybody follow you. Essentially, you don't even know that you're in a cult. And that's for other types of leaders as well, and other people that are following those people, they're coming against those cults, and they all having this cult war, essentially, because this calendar over that, this way over that, this name over that. But essentially, everybody is going into their ways and their groups, and they all supposedly are obedience and faith, observing the feast days in obedience and faith, right? Despite all that stuff, everybody will come to their conclusions and say, I'm celebrating feast days the way that I'm supposed to in faith. Despite all of that, you guys. So go back to, again, Exodus. You see the people, they hear Moshe, they hear him tell them the instructions on what to do. They follow the instructions, right? And there obviously were some that was just following instructions, but they really wasn't passing over into the next phase of what Yahuwah wanted them to do in the sanctification of the Ruach. Because if so, everybody would have made it and passed over into the land. But that was not the case. There was time in between Exodus and Yosef passing, right? So I think the book of Exodus may open up when it says 450 years pass or 400 years. Sometimes that's debatable. I was check the Septuagint. But there could have been a loss of truth. Obviously, the preservation of truth was probably very limited. But remember, Yosef did have all of Yasharal in a certain spot in Egypt, but they were growing. So, you know, I think there could have been obviously a lot of things that were still passed down for sure. Because when you read Exodus, you see certain things that Moshe was saying, apparently they would have known. They would have had some type of understanding about that. Why he's saying I am whom I am, or I am Yah who is Yah, because they would have known by other writings and things that was passed down from Shinnach and things like that. They would have known who Yahuwah is already and who Yahusha is also. They would have known. But because Egypt, has their traditions, their idol worship, things like that, a lot of things were mixed in there, I'm pretty sure. And of course, Yasharal has a issue with idol worship. So I'm pretty sure, again, it wouldn't be by accident. Egypt would copy some of the same stories, same different things, or same, type of whatever that they would see in the Hebrew or in that specific group, and fabricate some of that, or add on to exactly whatever the fallen angels also had already taught and passed down. So you have a lot of that happening within the amount of years between Yosef dying and when Yahuwah is getting Moshe to start his journey on pulling his people out. So you get to the point where Passover happens and they have to leave, right? The land. You're going to have people that are not truly on point with Yahuwah in heart, spirit, and mindset. The mindset can just be blind obedience. Let me just do this because I am Yasharal. Let me just do this because I see what I see. I see other people doing this or whatever, and I just want to be a part of it. But it took them 40 years to also get to that specific spot. So Yahuwah, even if in those moments, will still bring people out of their ignorance, will still help them and create an environment for them to learn, even if it's some struggles. You get straight to the place where you're supposed to pass over, and people are still not ready. And what happens? Do they get a second chance? Absolutely not. They don't get a second month. Those people had to go in the land, in the wilderness, and walk around till they died, essentially. The only ones that was going in was Caleb, Yahusha, son of Nun, and anybody that was like him that was young and that wasn't sitting there talking about that they were seasoned and knew what they were talking about in this word, and thought that mercy and grace and clemency is entitled to them and forgiveness. And they got so comfortable with what they think that they knew, and they thought they were making a good decision by returning, that they found out the hard way. And it was over for them. And that was blood Yasharal. Yehuda Israel was walking with Yahusha HaMashiach the whole entire time, seeing everything that Yahusha was doing. Yahusha let him go with his group with the disciples, gave him power in the Ruach to cast out demons, all while knowing who this man is going to be, and that Satan was going to use this man for what he was going to do. Really think about that. Really think about that. The time is coming where you don't get a second chance to go back into your sins, to where Yahuwah has to take you in and help you shed these things off of you. And he has to help you learn more. He has to guide you as a babe. The time is either here or it's already coming, and it's very soon, that he is not playing with our nonsense anymore. You have to be ready or you are not. Your household has to be ready or it won't be. You either are worshiping in spirit and in truth and are on point, or you are not. There is a story in the vision of Paul, and I bring this up very often. There's a angel that guided one of the souls that the person ended up dying, but he guided the soul unto Yahuwah and presented the soul unto Yahuwah and said, this soul is very wicked. He didn't do anything on his life for you, whatever the case is. Yahuwah says, I need you to present all the sins from age 15 and up. Don't worry about anything 15 below. So don't think that, again, that doesn't mean that's for everybody. But it says, I need you to present everything that's from 15 years old and above. And Yahuwah ends up saying that if this person would have repented, I believe 10 years, what was it? Either 5 years before he died, he would have had a chance to receive everlasting life. But because he didn't, it was closed to him. But the thing is, he lived 5 more years after repentance and forgiveness was closed to him. He lived 5 more years. 5 more years. He was already cooked, already done, already condemned. And he lived 5 more years after that. He could literally be saying that he was blessed by Yahuwah, all these little different things. He could be saying the same, very similar verbiage that you would if you were in Yahuwah, because Yahuwah still blesses us, no matter, even if some are evil, some are not. Everybody literally has different things that they go through, different blessings. Yahuwah will bless, Yahuwah will cause some of the consequences, whatever it may be. It's his judgment, it's his ways. But he was already done and condemned 5 years before he died. These same people, go back to the Exodus, that took them 40 years to get to the spot where they needed to be at. And don't you think Yahuwah knew who would not respond the right way when he was literally getting them to pass over? And understanding that the thing is, when you pass over, you're still on the path of righteousness. You still have some to go from the thought process of Passover to tabernacles. Think about it. It's just that you qualify for him to bring you into this newness. He's able to bring you into new things, as it says in that month, right? He's able to bring you into new things. What happens when some of us, don't work and labor hard enough for him to actually say, I can now bring you into new things? What happens when we stay in our cycles? What happens when we stay in our sins? How much redeeming and redemption and repentance, or, picking up and cleansing us, how many times we have to do that to where we keep thinking that we're babes and we can't respond the right way? Your marriages, your friendships, the way you speak, the way that you feel, acting like it's righteous, but it's not. Nobody cares how you look in their eyes as far as how you're studied or whatever the case is. Yahuwah will see you for who you are. Closed doors, all the time. What you do, what you say you don't want to do, and what you don't want to give up, the way that you feel in your heart, forward thoughts, forward mindsets, the way that you praise him, and then one moment and the way that you don't. He sees all these different things. He's going to take that into consideration, obviously, for judgment. So if we're going to work out our salvation with fear and trembling and make our election sure, don't you think that we should probably do the things that we're supposed to do in order to pass over into the next phase so he can actually take us into the seventh day? Don't you think that by the 10 versions, the story of the 10 versions, the oil, like you don't just have the oil in the lamp, have it lit, and decide when you turn it off and turn it on. That's not how that works. That's foolish. Especially for us, we're going to get judged even worse because we are the ones that know this is the consummation of times. So how much worse is it going to be for us than it was for people back then that was getting prophecy? And it wasn't nowhere near the timing, but they knew it was for a future time. But it wasn't when they were there, right? Can you imagine being in that time? That kind of be kind of whack because you already know, like, damn, I'm gonna have to die. Like, I'm just saying, you like, man, and no way I'm gonna live 200 years, 300 years, when all this stuff, whatever, because it's just not that's not my group. But I have to do my thing while I'm here, et cetera, et cetera. But we are the chosen generation that Shinnok says in chapter 1 that literally we are at the consummation. If you don't think so, you are blind. You are completely blind. Sorry to tell you. Absolutely blind. The stuff that's happening right now and the stuff that has happened, you are completely blind if you don't think this is a consummation of times. And I'd rather you ask Yahuwah to unblind you, smack you up, whatever you got to do, just for you to see what you need to see and prepare and do what you're supposed to do appropriately, the way he's asking us to do it. If some of you guys think the mark is not here, it has been here. I don't care what anybody you guys say. Some of you guys know, some of you guys don't. There has been a massive, massive, massive shift in how the enemy has worked over the years. And everything has been more keen because even this dude and these demons and Massima know the consummation of times are here. But yet you got people who say they're in the truth, want to lean on their own understanding, yet can't even see what is what. This is serious. It's beyond serious. It's super serious because Yah is not going to let us go. He will not let a lot of us go into the place where he's taken us into for Passover. If literally we are not even able to be taken into being a new man and a new woman and be pure in all things, essentially, as much as we can. He is not going to let a single soul go into that land that he will protect people in the self same land. He will not protect a single soul that is not pure before him. Yahusha is not doing that because essentially those are the first fruits, his first fruits that are alive, and the ones that are even dead, still his first fruits. But the ones that are dead, they're also righteous, obviously, right? But the ones that he has to bring into the land, self same, the land, he's going to shower them with his love and his blessings and things of that nature. But do understand that the things that we're eating in there, if we're to make it in there, it's all for purification of our bodies, all of that stuff. Because we're going to receive our new bodies. You don't get your new body right then and there. That Behemoth and Leviathan symbolizes something very, very key. It's a passing over, essentially, of wickedness and really taking on. That's why it says Behemoth has a visible wilderness on his chest. Like this, it's literally like this transformation basically. It's very interesting. You got the manna, you got the angels' food. You know, you ain't not eating anything. Imagine really like you don't have to eat anything processed, and even still, some of us don't eat a lot of processed food, but even this food that we don't think is processed, you know, somebody mess with it probably. So all of that stuff is going to be so pure. So imagine really just having so much purity in your body, everything. So I need to read Apocalypse of Zephaniah. Okay, so we just talked about passing over. So you guys see the connection. It says pass over, right? The Passover. Now you'll always think about Passover, like what it means to really pass over into this next phase that we're supposed to be walking in. I'm going to I'm not going let me see, sister Mountain of Hills. I'll explain more of that probably on the outside because I gotta move into this flow real quick. So I posted Zephaniah, Apocalypse of Zephaniah, um, in the chat again for you guys to pull up. And do remember, you guys, it does say in Second Baruch, it says it's better for people to not come and behold if they are not ready, essentially, to that consummation of times. But you get into the consummation of times, like when like the tribulation period, you is you either are going to make it completely or you're going to fail completely. So it's saying it's better for people not to even get to the consummation or to that tribulation period if they're going to tap out. You have a better chance of essentially receiving salvation, I would assume, than getting to that specific time, because that time is a time where you have to be completely, there is not a ounce of doubt in your mind, in your heart, with a single thing. You have to be 100% on point when in Yahuwah. 100% on point in Yahuwah, in the Ruach, ready to do the works he's asked us to do. And if you die, you die. But doing you'll die in righteousness, and it's okay. You can't sit there and get ready to die in righteousness and then be like, oh no, like I don't want to die. It's the same thing as the ones that's in Exodus got to the land and say, oh, it is milk and honey. You okay? Y'all told us it's right, but nah, those people over there, nah, right? Because whoever shall save their life will lose it. Whoever will lose their life will save it. So not everybody's going to die, but at the same time, even if you die, you live. Even if you're alive, you live until Yahuwah. You die to yourself. You die to the sin. You die to the wickedness. So with Apocalypse of Zephaniah, the connection with this Passover, we want to read it very quickly. It says, so the link, I want you guys to scroll all the way down to chapter. So you're going to see like it's in bold. It's in chapter 6. It says the accuser and the angel Uriel or Uriel in Hades. It says, I'll just go to verse 16 because basically Zephaniah saw Satan and how he looked and everything like that. And verse 16, he says, then I inquired of the angel, what is the place to which I have come? And he said to me, it is Hades. And then he says, then I asked him, and it's on page 3, just in case you guys are trying to still find it. Verse 17, then I asked him, who was the great angel who stands thus, whom I saw? He said, this is the one who accuses men in the presence of Yahuwah. All right. So now it says the 2 scrolls for the subtitle. Chapter 7, or yeah, verse 1. It says, then I looked and I saw him with a scroll in his hand. He began to unroll it. Now, after he had spread it out, I read it in my own language. I found that all my sins which I have done were written in it. Those which I had done from my youth until this day, they were all written upon that scroll of mine without there being a false word in them. If I did not go to visit a sick man or a widow, I found it written down as a shortcoming upon my manuscript. If I did not visit an orphan, it was found written down as a shortcoming on my scroll. A day on which I did not fast or pray in the time of prayer, I found it written down as a failing upon my scroll. And a day when I did not turn to the sons of Yasharal, since it is a shortcoming, I found written down upon my scroll, so that I threw myself upon my face and prayed before Yahuwah Almighty. May thy mercy reach me, and may thou wipe out my scroll, because thy mercy hath come to be in every place and hath filled in every place. He prayed completely for mercy and clemency. What else can you pray for in this? Like seriously, what else can you pray for? Then I arose and stood, and I saw a great angel before me, saying, Triumph, prevail, because thou hast prevailed and hast triumphed over the accuser. And thou hast come up from Hades and the abyss. Thou wilt now pass over the crossing place. In order for you to pass over, in order for you to cross over into the crossing place, you must triumph over the accuser, you guys. You must triumph over the accuser. That's the only way. The accuser is going to say that they gave you something to kill yourself with, or to destroy yourself with, your marriage, whatever it may be, your mind, whatever it is. And he's going to accuse and say, they chose to do it. I just gave them the means to do it. I didn't force them to do it. They chose to do it. They took that. They did this. They chose to speak that way. They chose to feel that way. They chose to shun to hinder the ruach. They chose to get upset and do this and do that. They chose to talk like that and represent me in public. And they chose to have this heart set. They chose all of that. He's going to accuse you because he's writing scrolls too, so he can bring that to your judgment. This dude has time for every single soul to bring it to judgment if he can. He's going to accuse every single one, every single last one of us. So if you're not dwelling in Yahuwah's mercy and clemency, despite shortcomings that you have, you don't think you have any shortcomings, and you think you got all things perfect, especially when it comes down to these feast days, I would really, really check again. I would really check your heart. I would check your heart. I would really do a self-reflection. Because mercy and clemency is what really, truly gets us into the kingdom, but obviously it connects with the works, connects with us still striving to do the works of Yahuwah, walking in his righteousness, doing all these things with the right character, the virtue, the gentleness, all these things. That's why Yahushua says in Revelation, those who are holy, be holy still. Those who are unclean, be unclean still. All like, right? He says these things. But here, Zephaniah was like, man, I'm cooked. Like, I don't, like, what else can I do, Yahuwah? But ask you for mercy and clemency. And this angel says, you've triumphed over the accuser. You can now cross over. Thou wilt now cross over the crossing place. So go to verse chapter 8. It says leaving Hades. So now remember, he's leaving Hades. He was in Hades first, right? So now he's out of Hades, crossed over, right? It says they helped me and set me on that boat. Thousands and myriads of angels gave praise before me. I myself put on an angelic garment. And I saw all those angels praying. I myself prayed together with them. I knew their language. They have a whole other language, angelic language. That is the true form of quote unquote Hebrew, Abari, however you want to say, Yehudiyath, the language of the angels. That is the truest form of that. So even though there's ways for us obviously to learn outside of the Yiddish and whatever, you have to reconcile a lot of connections either way, paleo, all of that. But the truest language, the most pure, is the heavenly language. Everybody speaks the heavenly language, especially you cannot speak the heavenly language outside of the Ruach pushing you to do so in the Ruach. And that's another story for another time. But take that how you will. It says, I saw all of those angels praying. I myself prayed together with them. I knew their language, which they spoke with me. Now, moreover, my sons, this is a trial because it is necessary that the good and the evil be weighed in a balance. Then it says, the first trumpet, triumph and visitation of the righteous. It says, then a great angel came forth having a golden trumpet in his hand. He blew it 3 times over my head, saying, be courageous, O one who hath triumphed, prevail. O one who hath prevailed, for thou hast triumphed over the accuser, and thou hast escaped from the abyss and Hades, from Egypt, from Babylon. Thou wilt now pass over into the crossing place, for thy name is written in the book of the living. Beautiful. I wanted to embrace him, but I was unable to embrace the great angel because his glory is great. I believe that is Michael, because Michael also has the gates of heaven in other scriptures, like third Baruch, I believe. And he has a job of making sure nobody going through them gates if they're not supposed to. Verse 4, then he ran to all the righteous, namely Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov, and Shinnach, Eliyahu, Elijah, David. He spoke with them as friend to friend, speaking with one another. Um, you guys can read the rest of that on your own time. But the key is, you guys, as you see, pass over to the crossing place. Pass over to the crossing place. Shinnach says, again, what I was telling you guys, people who you don't really think this is a consummation of times and you don't really understand how serious this stuff is. Shinnach 3, it says, all who are in the heavens know what is transacted, that the heavenly luminaries change not their paths, that each rises and set regularly, everyone at his proper period, without transgressing the commands. They behold the earth and understand what is there transacted from the beginning to the end of it, that every work of Yahuwah is invariable in the period of its appearance. They behold summer and winter, that the whole earth is full of water, and that the cloud and the dew and the rain refresh it. There's also feast days, right? You guys, it's in the heavenly tablets before it was even called certain things. These things are already written, ordained. Verse 1, chapter 4, they consider and behold every tree, how it appears to wither, and every leaf to fall off. They are actually paying attention, except of 14 trees, which are not deciduous, which wait from the old to the appearance of the new for 2 or 3 winters. Again, they consider the days of summer, that the sun is upon it at its very beginning, while you seek for a covered and shady spot on account of the burning sun. While the earth is scorched up with the fervid heat, you become incapable of walking either upon the ground or upon the rocks in consequence of that heat. They consider how the trees, chapter 6, when they put forth green leaves, become covered and produce fruit, understanding everything and knowing that he who lives forever does all these things for you. That the works at the beginning of every existing year, that all his works are subservient to him and invariable. Yet as Yahuwah has appointed, so are all these things brought to, what is that word, you guys? Pass. It's new things. It's the start of it. It's going to come to pass. We see what's going to come to pass. We already read it. It is not by accident these words are same pattern words. Verse 3, they see too how the seas and the rivers together complete their respective operations. Watch the flip. Verse 4, you endure not patiently the wicked, nor fulfill the commandments of Yahuwah, the ones that don't want to pass over. But you transgress and culminate greatness, and malignant are your words and your polluted mouths against his majesty. Pause. When you speak to others in a certain way, froward way, you're speaking against his majesty. You're not supposed to speak against his creation, talk trash about his creation, speak ways in where you don't want to look at his creation or whatever it may be. your husband, your wife, your brother, your sister, whoever it may be, your mother, your dad. That's how you do pollute your mouths against his majesty. You withered in heart, no peace shall be to you. If you're wondering why you have no peace right now, that's the reason. Therefore, your days shall you curse, and the years of your lives shall perish. Perpetual execration shall be multiplied, and you shall not obtain mercy. Remember, the only way that you can get into this crossing place and pass over into the next phase of what he's trying to bring us into, that you are qualified to go into because you worship in spirit and in truth, despite even some of your shortcomings, that he's going to ensure that don't ever happen again with this new covenant. Literally, those who cannot even get to that point will not obtain any mercy. There is no clemency available for those type of people. You did not make it. That's what it's saying. You did not make it. You did not qualify to be brought over, to pass over. You chose to turn around and stay in your own sins, and you thought it was going to be okay and that you had time, but that's not the case. And so it says, in those days shall you resign your peace with the eternal maledictions of all the righteous, and the sinners shall perpetually execrate you, you with the wicked. But the elect, they shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. But you unholy, shall be accursed. Then shall wisdom be given to the elect, all whom shall live and not again transgress by impiety or pride. Remember, you guys, that is in chapter 38 of Jeremiah, with that new covenant specifically. There's some people who may not be able to transgress and transgress and by impiety or pride. There have been people like Abraham and Shinnach and things like people like that have been mentioned, to have unlocked the code to truly walk in righteousness. But they, again, were not involved in anything earthly in the sense of desiring anything earthly, doing anything earthly of this world. They were already passed over into their new man fully and not going back. That's a big difference. They had triumphed over the accuser already. Even Job, remember in the testament of Job, during his tribulation, he called out the accuser. He saw the accuser behind his wife and called the accuser out and said, I see you. I know what you're trying to do, and rebuked him. And the accuser ran away. He couldn't do anything else. He ran from him. He did the same thing in the book of Jasher, according to Yasher, about Abraham. He couldn't do anything else, so he went over there to Sarah. So it's a possibility while we're still living, but it's already a covenant promise that literally right here, the wisdom will be given to the elect. There's a fountain of wisdom, all that good stuff in the Shinnach, that it all connects. That they will not again transgress by impiety or pride, but shall humble themselves, possessing prudence, and shall not repeat transgression. If you cannot humble yourselves before his word, before his Torah, you are not going to make it into the crossing place. Think about how much of the sins that we go through and the things that we fall short on just require some humbleness for you to be completely in meekness. Think about how much of that just requires for you to just get on your knees and just stop what you're doing, stop what you think you're supposed to be doing or speaking, whatever it is, and turn from that stuff and just move towards Yahuwah and ask him, what is his will? What is he asking us? How does he want us to think? And if it's a struggle for me right now, how do I seek you even more? So that way I do not allow this accuser to triumph over me. Verse 12, they shall not be condemned the whole period of their lives and not die in torment and indignation, but the sum of their days shall be completed, and they shall grow old in peace, while the years of their happiness shall be multiplied with joy and with peace forever and the whole duration of their existence. So I mentioned here Ephesians 4, new man. I mentioned here 10 versions, Matthew 25. Psalms of Solomon is so key. You guys see here Isaiah 42, but I'm going to show you guys Psalms of Solomon really quick. We're almost done. Psalms of Solomon. is chapter 2. It says, praise Yahuwah who fear Yahuwah with understanding. For Yahuwah's mercy is upon those who fear him along with the judgment, in order to separate between the righteous and the sinner and to repay sinners forever according to their actions, and to have mercy on the righteous, protecting him from the humiliation of the sinner, and to repay the sinner for what he has done to the righteous. For Yahuwah is good to those who call upon him with patience, to treat his saints according to his mercy, to make them stand always before him in strength. Praise be Yahuwah forever before his servants. Absolutely beautiful. And this is a really good thing to also leave on. Chapter 3. It says, why do you sleep, soul, and do not praise Yahuwah? Sing a new song to Yahuwah, who is worthy to be praised. Sing and watch over his wakefulness, because a good psalm to Yahuwah comes from a good heart. The righteous always remember Yahuwah by acknowledging and proving Yahuwah's judgments right. The righteous, disciplined by Yahuwah, does not take no heed. His pleasure is always in Yahuwah's presence. This is what is required, you guys. The righteous stumbles and proves Yahuwah right. He falls and watches for what Yahuwah will do about him. He keeps watching to where his salvation comes from. The truth of the righteous comes from Yahuwah, their Savior. Sin after sin does not lodge in the house of the righteous. The righteous constantly searches his house to remove injustice in his false steps. Constantly. Not sometimes. Constantly. He atones for ignorance by fasting and humbling his soul. Have we not seen the same verbiage, you guys, and other things that we've read? And Yahuwah purifies every holy person in his house. The sinner stumbles and curses his life the day of his birth and mother's birth pains. He adds sin upon sin in his life, and because his fall is serious, he will not get up. He will not be able to pass over into the crossing place. The destruction of the sinner is forever, and he will not be remembered when Yahuwah shows care for the righteous. He will not be remembered when Yahusha returns and gathers his people on Passover to the place where he will protect them. This is the portion of sinners forever, but those who fear Yahuwah will rise up to eternal life. They will be able to go over the crossing place, and their life will be in Yahuwah's light, and it will never cease. This is Passover, guys. This is Passover. These are the foundations of Passover. You guys take this right here, Isaiah 42:18, 43:21. Read that. Understand he's doing a new thing. He's asking us to literally walk in purity, asking us to do things that we need to be able to do in order for him to pass us over, allow us to go to the next place. He is not taking a single soul that is not qualified to be passed over, which includes with mercy and clemency, of course. But we must walk in his truth, in his Torah, as best as we can. But shedding these different things that are part of our hearts that is not true to this walk, including how we look at these feast days and how we celebrate them, how we acknowledge the truth of the scriptures and balance it out and understand it all from a perspective of how also are you sharing the word to others. You talk about the luminaries first before you even talk about foundations of Yahuwah's Passover. If you even know about his feasts and it was connected to the 8th day. If you don't know, it's okay. Spend time studying instead of talking, instead of sharing. What are you sharing if you don't know anything really? You don't need to have anybody verify who you are by sharing. Get off of these platforms, leave people alone, because it's going to come back to you if you are sharing things that you're not supposed to be sharing. And in falseness, you don't know how people are taking certain things. Also in person, wherever you're around, some are more apt to not fall into different traps than the others. But how are you carrying yourself? How are you able to help others if you care? Even if you don't want to talk to them, do you pray for them? Simple prayer. Even if they're wicked. These are different things that we have to understand, that this is what is written in the scriptures, that how you have to be if you truly want to be in the walking in the crossing place. It's up to you. Everybody has their own choice. But for me and my household, we don't have a choice. That's how we look at it. We are ordained to do the righteous works of Yahuwah in the ways that he has told us to do so. And he has redeemed us. He has forgiven us. He has picked us up so many times. For all our little failures, whatever it may be. So as it says, Paul says, you owe your body. It's not even yours. But some don't even think about that. So for our children, of course we're going to raise them in Yahuwah for them to know them. And they do. And this is not me bragging at all, you guys. It's just for encouragement. I really don't care who takes it a certain way. We still got plenty to grow, but I have a 1-year-old daughter that loves to pray. I have a almost 4-year-old daughter that loves to pray. My son loves to pray. Whenever they get a little owie, they want us to pray for them, and sometimes they'll pray for each other. Especially my second born daughter. They see their mommy praying in the ruach and see their dad, praying together with their mommy, and that does something to them. They see these things. They want the prayer shawl. They want to learn more about Bible stories that my wife is teaching them about. We do a little acting now. My wife's trying to get me to make sure I, act out certain things. So we did like David and the Goliath, and I was Goliath, of course. My son had to slingshot me or whatever. Fell on the floor. Everybody was cheering. But that stuff goes a long way. They know who Yahuwah is. They know his name. They know who Yahusha is. They still got way more to learn, of course. But if my wife and I are not on point, if we are not choosing to stay in the crossing place, we don't even have a choice to go back. But we've been through so much, and Yahuwah literally brought us from a whole state into a whole new state. And he told us from his own mouth that he's doing a new thing in our life. And it's like, now it completely makes more sense now. It made sense already. But with this study and the things that he's dropped in my rock to be able to share to you guys, like, it makes even that much more sense now. Especially for the consummation of times. We have no more time, you guys, left. You have to treat it like you have no more time left to get this right. And if your heart goes directly to still being feisty or whatever the case is with your heart and how you feel towards other people and your own husband, your own wife, and you can't manage to humble yourself before Yahuwah, especially on what you are calling a feast day, an appointed time where you're supposed to be in his presence. You can't humble yourself before his presence, but you want to humble yourself before the accuser, before the enemy, to do more wickedness. Sorry to tell you, you're not going to go into that crossing place. That should be raising fear. Do not let the enemy win. Don't let him triumph over you. Don't let him triumph over you. Don't let him triumph over you. We all need to be ready before this tribulation really starts. If we are ordained to start and go through this tribulation, all of us have to be. If you are trying to go into this crossing place, you have to be ready. If you are not ready, you are not going to make it. This is how the scriptures break down. You can hate me for saying it, whatever. You have to be ready, because things are going to come at us in ways where it may challenge. It's supposed to challenge us, but it won't even be a challenge for a lot of us that are really locked into faith and fighting spiritually. These different things that are required. But a lot of people are going to fold. in these times. They're going to look like wheat, but they're going to fold like tares, unfortunately, because the tribulation will challenge, again, those who really want to save their lives. Just something, just something like that. But either way, you guys, I hope you guys got all of this and was blessed by this. Definitely recorded it. I'm going to save it. I was truly blessed by it. It's my second time doing this study. I did it with my wife first, without all these slides and notes. And it was a blessing. So doing it now, again, added some different things to it. It's just even more of a blessing, more confirmation, more connection. Yeah, you guys, I don't really have anything else. The next part will be um, about the oath, the covenants and oaths, and it will be, again, because some of you guys will already listen to this, and then you guys will, listen to it later or whatever. You'll have the connection that will add on to that, and it just gets deeper, but more foundational, right? So I will pray out, and then I can finally use the restroom after holding it for hours. Dear Abba Yahuwah, we thank you for your word. It is your word that you planted in your son, Yahushua HaMashiach, that you gave unto us as a shepherd for those especially who know his voice and essentially will follow him unto you. We thank you so much for this design. We thank you again, for this 8th day that you've designed for us to take part of, whom will truly be righteous and walk in wisdom and fear. And Abiyah, it's just, your plan is just, I mean, it's much, there's nothing we can truly say that will encompass the whole and just the magnitude of just all of this, Abiyah. We just only can truly just say thank you and praise Yahuwah, hallelujah, hallelujah, Yahuwah, and Yahushua HaMashiach, that you chose us to even hear this information today. We ask that we know that we've all been called, but we ask that you help us to continue to be chosen. And that includes us understanding that the laborers are few and that we have to be workmen unto you in these times, and that it's not about just ourselves, that we should not be spending so much time trying to save ourselves that people around us are dying. That even if people are condemned, that if you put a word in our heart to speak, that's what you want us to do. That is a part of our ordained path. I ask that you mold our hearts and to do the works that you ask us to do. This tribulation is not also about us saving our lives as well, but it's doing their works for those who are wanting to be a part of the Great Commission, essentially, and utilize the gifts that you've given us. Allow us to look towards those things. Allow us to grow deeper into our understanding and connection with you, Yahuwah. And for those who have essentially made certain decisions that, have maybe altered their livelihood or in you or whatever it may be, Yahuwah, because you are ultimate judge. I pray for them that you have mercy upon them, if you will, if it's qualified for mercy of Yahuwah. But either way, Aviyah, we just ask that all of us make greater decisions, have more prudence, more wisdom, more fear in you, ultimately, to grow in righteousness and do the righteous things and be consistent. I ask that you help people, marriages, friendships, whatever it may be, Yahuwah, that has stains, that has wickedness, that has impurities, things that is not of you. I ask that you remove these things from our lives, remove these things from our eyes, our hearts. And Yahuwah, I ask that you, in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, I ask that you truly purge us, allow us to not repeat transgression, purge us in your spirit and your ruach. And for those who choose not to heed to your ruach, I pray that you give them the consequences that they need if they have to really be brought through some fire just so they can repent, just so they can Yahuwah, if you have mercy on them, I ask that you do so. But for us, for the wise, for the ones that want to stay wise and heed your ruach, even if we go through things, Yahuwah, I ask that you allow us to approach your throne in humbleness, humble our heart, humble our mind, humble our everything, our bodies, humble ourselves to do the righteous things in you, receive the discipline that you want us to receive, walk in the newness that you want us to walk in, whoever's around us that we're supposed to be guiding, allow us to guide them correctly, allow us to not fall into these traps where these people are talking to us or talking to different my brothers and my sisters on Instagram, Facebook, whatever it is, and making them seem like they are righteous, that they are walking in Yahuwah's fullness of truth, but Yahuwah exposed to them whether or not something is true, especially in the heart set, exposed to them things that may be behind the curtains that they don't see yet. Or maybe they've been walking in itching ears and eating from every single plate that they're seeing, and I'll be who will expose to them so that they can see and make the correct adjustments. I'll be who. If your will is for us all to make it, I'll be who I ask that will be done. But either way, Yahuwah, I greatly praise you. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Thank you. Forgive us for our sins. In the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. And we just love you. Thank you for this word. And we give you all the praise, glory, and honor. In the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, unto Abba Yahuwah Sabo. Sabo. You guys enjoy the rest of your life today. And I appreciate you guys for listening in. And y'all bless.